Okay, I'm showing 6:31. If I can get everybody to their seats, we can get started. Wow, it got quiet in a hurry, didn't it? It's going to be a long night tonight. So hopefully everybody has coffee and no-dos and whatever else it is that you may need. City Council meeting of August 29th, 2011, now come to order. Remember, times indicated next agenda items are approximate start times only. Turn off all cell phones for the duration of the meeting. City Clerk, please call the roll.
One moment, please, sir.
Not a problem. Do what? Oh, because you didn't pull this thing off.
No, I'm really embarrassed.
You should be.
Do you want one?
No, I will later.
Wow. Sorry. Did she call him anything?
Not to me.
Thank you. Sorry for the
Not a problem.
delay. Mayor Natal?
Here, push your button.
Thank you, sir.
See that?
Mayor Pro Tem Snyder?
Here.
Councilman Moreno? Here. Councilman Benson?
Here.
Thank you. Councilwoman, wait a moment. Councilwoman Teeter?
Here.
Councilwoman Carson?
Here.
Thank you. Councilman Diaz?
Here.
Councilman McEldowney?
Here.
Councilman Diaz, could you press your button for me, please? Thank you, sir. Councilman Bullock? Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Will the audience please rise for a moment of silence and then join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? You easily can. Go right ahead.
Can we have a moment of silence and also remember all the victims and people that have lost their homes and all with the hurricane?
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Will staff please pass around the microphones for introductions?
I'm John Carr from the Sentinel.
Steve Douglas.
Danny Thomas.
Betty Thomas.
Pam Spratler.
Crystal Elliott.
Ellen Haug.
Christy Sumner.
James Romito.
Alexandria Drace.
Harvest Thomas.
Samantha Ford.
Sean Ford.
Joy Bishop.
Gene Leffel, Board of Adjustment.
Guillermo Serna.
Eric Quintana.
Michelle Rogers, City Manager's Office.
John Howard, Information Technology.
Doug Heinman, Information Technology.
Roger Tinkenberg, Finance.
Joe Greenemeyer.
Stanley Greenemeyer.
Dustin McIntyre. Joe Sandoval.
Greg Clemens, Public Works.
Rick Teeter.
Ken Nielsen.
Jolene Villalpando Nielsen.
Jason Leslie, Finance. Jim Hayes, Community Development.
Kim Madsen.
Yeshwant Mangit.
Rashpal Singh,
Harbans S. Lali.
Tejas Singh.
Brittany Morris Saunders, Director of Economic Development.
Phil Baca, Chief of Police.
Michelle Halstead, Communications.
Ms. Ryan Cordero, Government Relations.
Jesse Singh.
Okay, thank you. City Manager, who on staff is going to be drawing names?
Yes, that would be myself and Chief Baca.
Okay.
Drum roll, please.
Do what?
Drum roll.
Drum roll.
Tonight, we are drawing names from this ballot box of the early 1900s. The purpose of this lot draw is to identify the order that our candidates will be listed on the 2011 ballot. Voters will select a representative of the following positions: Mayor, Ward 2, Ward 4, and 2 at-large seats. All races are being contested, so candidate names have been printed out and cut to the same size and will be drawn by position. Well, actually, we're not going to draw them by position. We're going to throw them all in the bucket, and then we're going to draw them all, pull them, the chief will pull them out. Chief of Police Phil Baca will fold up the names as I read them and place them in the ballot box, and then he will pull them out when we're all done. Ballot information will be sent to the Adams County Clerk for certification by the end of the week. More information on our election can be found at www.c3gov.com/elections. So let's begin with our candidates for the mayor's race. Okay. We have Sean Ford, and we have Mr. Robert Taves. Next is our 5 candidates for Ward 2, beginning with Jim Benson, Ellen Hogg, Kimberly Matson, Jolene Villalpando Nielsen, Christine Sumner. For Ward 4 this year, we have 2 candidates, Mr. Harvest Thomas, Mr. Ricky Teeter. And finally, our at-large candidates, we have Mr. Paulo Diaz, Ms. Crystal Elliott, Mr. James Romito, Mr. Steve Douglas, Mr. Gene Leffel, and Mr. Joe Sandoval. You'll pull out one slip at a time. Okay. And we need names. We will start marking the order of the ballots.
Leffel.
Mr. Gene Leffel. He will be first on the ballot for the at-large candidates.
Sumner.
Ms. Christine Summer will be the first candidate's name on the Ward 2 ballots.
Madsen.
Ms. Madsen will be the first name on, she will be the second name on the Ward 2 area of the ballot.
Sandoval.
Mr. Sandoval, he will be number 2 on the at-large. Mr. Diaz will be number 3 on the at-large. Okay, Ms. Nielsen will be the 3rd on the Ward 2. Mr. Teeter will be the first name on the Ward 4.
Robert Taves.
Mr. Taves will be the first name on the mayoral spot. Mr. Benson is number 4 on the Ward 2.
Thomas.
Mr. Thomas is on the second slot for Ward 4. Mr. Ford is number 2 for the mayor's race. Ms. Haug is number 5 for the Ward 2 race.
Crystal Elliott.
Ms. Elliott is number 4 for the at-large race. Mr. Romito is number 5 for the at-large race. Mr. Douglas is number 6 for the at-large race. Thank you very much, everybody. This concludes our ballot lot draw. And we'd like to thank you for your interest in Commerce City. A reminder that the Communications Division will be putting together some information about our candidates for our website and other publications. Please contact Michelle Halstead as soon as possible to schedule your time slot if you are a candidate, to schedule a time slot for your videotaping and providing some biographical information to her by Friday, September 9th. So thank you to all our candidates.
Okay, the next item is citizen communication. Public comment roster was made available on the table at the entrance to the council chambers for those who wish to address council. When I call your name, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. You're reminded each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. City Council is reminded they are not to engage in discussion or debate, but may ask clarifying questions and express concerns when appropriate. City Manager will generally assign staff to get the necessary information to solve issues. As a further comment, because we're getting so close to election time, we're going to need to watch what we say at citizen communication. This is not a pulpit for your election. That goes not only for the audience, but for the council itself. Please keep your statements and questions at citizen communication to new items that you want to address council on. And just for an information item, we will be getting a report from staff later tonight on the medical waste facility. Okay, I have 4 names on the list for tonight, and I'm going to have to apologize if the 3 gentlemen who have signed up, if you would come forward. What I don't want to do is mispronounce your name. If one of you would come forward and then the next, and then just give us a name and an address, I won't I won't do a bad job of saying your name. If the first gentleman,
And excuse me, Mr. Mayor, if I may ask that those names that might be uncommon, if we could get them spelled as well for the minutes.
that would be great, because
Thank you.
their signatures on this are not readable either. So if you would be able to come forward, the first gentleman, if you would come forward and then spell your name for the record and an address. Any one of the three of you, whoever would want to come forward first.
Mayor and the members of the City Council, my name is Tejwant Mangat, Tejwant. Mangat is the last name. Man like man, G like Georgia, A like apple, and T like Tom. But I'm part of Colorado Singh Sabha, Sikh Temple, 20555 East 120th Avenue, Adams County. As you know, that Board of Directors of South Adams County Water and Sanitation District unanimously approved a motion to allow a 2-year temporary water service connection for our temple located at 20555 East 120th Avenue, subject to the condition that cities, Brighton and Commerce City and the Adams County assure the district that they do not object to such temporary service. Like from the beginning, the water district told us to put RO system, and we did that. The system has failed due to poor quality water of the well, and the water is high in fluoride. Initially it was 7.6, then we put filters over there, we tried everything we can, and it never came down to 4.9. So it's like still very high, and we are conducting so many tests over there on site and in the lab as required by the state. Like we conduct chlorine test and fluoride test, then we conduct bacteria nitrate test, and now the state wants us to also test the lead and copper. We conduct some of those tests on site, and some we have a water operator, and he takes those samples to the lab in Brighton, and we have to recharge those filters to cure the fluoride, and that is also very expensive. Sometime in 1 week we have to spend $672 just on the filters to recharge those filters. And plus every time water operator go there, he charges for one trip $142 per trip, plus the lab charges. And it's very expensive. Sometime we used to spend almost $2,500 in a month. So it's really a financial hardship. Then what we did, since we cannot afford that system, and we switch over to the city water. So from the last 6 months, we have been trucking water from city of Arvada, and it cost us approximately $1,800 per month, plus the lab charges and plus the water operator charges. So it's a financial hardship. So that's why we went to the South Adams County to give us temporary water service. So the board of directors over there unanimously approved a motion to allow us a 2-year temporary water service. But there is a condition that we need no objection certificate from City of Brighton, City of Commerce City, and the Adams County. And Adams County, we also got a letter from Adams County that they do not object to such a temporary service. And today we are here to request you so that we can get an objection letter from this city that you do not object to temporary water service to the temple. And we have 20, when the last time the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District, they tested the water at the temple. In our kitchen, they found fecal coliform bacteria in the kitchen.
Sir, your 3 minutes is up. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. And
Thank you.
do you want to send the second gentleman up? Mr. Flannery, I got Mr. Benson up here, but I know that this is on our GID for tonight anyway. Is that correct? This item. Okay. Mr. Benson?
Yes, and the fact that it is on our GID agenda, I wonder if it wouldn't be more appropriate to have anybody else who wants to speak on this issue to speak at the beginning of our GID meeting, because it's not that complicated, but there are just some things that have to be, I guess, brought out into the open and made a little more clear, because it seems like there are some things that aren't clear about this. But would that be appropriate, Ms. Stevens?
Yes, it would.
Okay, so I would ask that the council consent to allowing these gentlemen to have, I guess, another session of audience comments before we have the GID meeting, because that will be the subject of that meeting.
Mr. Flannery, it's my understanding that there'll be no action from tonight's meeting with the GID, that this is strictly informational and looking for some direction from council of where the city staff should go from that point?
I believe that's correct, Mr. Mayor. It hasn't been posted for action. It was an update as well as direction from council if you wish to give.
Okay. As far as when to talk, I'm open. Mr. Marino?
I don't disagree with Councilman Benson. My only concern is that the GID meeting is probably 2.5 hours from now, given the budget update that we have on our currently scheduled for our agenda. So I would just, I would be supportive of them speaking now, and that way they don't have to wait 2.5 hours.
Okay. Gentlemen, what would be your pleasure? Would you rather speak now and we will use your statements now when we have our meeting 2.5 hours from now? Or would you want to stay here? And 2.5 hours is strictly an estimate. I have no idea how long it might take. So what would be your pleasure? Would you rather speak now and not have to wait? Or do you want to?
Sir, I would like to continue if you like.
Is there any way, because this is citizen communication, and you have 3 people signed up to speak, is there any way you can pass to the next person? My challenge is if I give you more than 3 minutes, then I have to change everybody's more than 3 minutes, and I'm trying to give you a way out. Ms. Stevens, and even doing that is kind of away from what we would ordinarily do.
Right. There's a couple of things that you could probably do. One is if you can pass the torch, so the next person takes from where you left off, if they can make the
I think I'm the only one.
You're the only one that's going to speak?
Oh, I'm sorry. I had 3 names written down. Oh, okay. Well, that was my mistake then. When I had 3 names, I thought 3 of you were speaking.
So
there is no second person, sir. I'm the only one who will speak on this issue.
Okay.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Did 2 other people sign up to speak?
Yes, by mistake. Maybe.
By mistake.
Yeah.
How much longer do you have?
I will take 2 minutes.
2 minutes longer? Since he could maybe take 2 minutes of somebody else's assigned time and represent them, are you all comfortable with that as opposed to passing the torch? He can speak on behalf of somebody else then?
Yes.
Is that?
And just for the future, this is something we do not ordinarily do. So we are making an exception for you, but let me tell you right now, it's going to take a tough day for me to make an exception for someone else, only because you're here and we are going to deal with your item later, that you're getting the exception. So I don't want anybody out in the audience saying, well, if they gave these gentlemen 5 minutes, everybody gets 5 minutes. You guys in November can make it whatever you want, but for right now it's 3 minutes. So yes, sir, if we could put 2 more minutes on there, and this will be the only time we will do this.
Mr.
Thank
Mayor?
you, sir. Come forward.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you for making the
Mr.
exception.
Benson?
Yes. We do have precedent for doing it this way. I think we had something similar happen back during the annexation west of Highway 2, where we allowed one representative to speak for about 15 minutes on behalf of 20 people. So there is precedent for this. It's not like it's something that's that unusual. Anytime we get this, we've always granted that kind of permission. My only concern was that whatever is said now, as Mr. Marino says, it could be 2 or 2.5 hours before we get to the GID meeting, and we may not have this type of input fresh in our minds at the time that that occurs. But I will go along with whatever the speaker wants to do.
Okay. Sir, continue from where you were.
The last time when South Adam County Water and Sanitation District tested the water at our temple, they found fecal coliform bacteria in the kitchen, and because we are transporting water from city of Arveda to our temple. And when you transport water from one place to another place, usually you lose some chlorine. That was due to that reason that we have fecal coliform bacteria. And we have a 24-hour community kitchen, and there we cook, and it's 24/7. And anybody who is hungry can go there anytime. They can eat, and it's free, and we don't charge anything. Then this is the only place where we can. This is the only temple where we go to pray, and even people come to Casper, they come here to pray, and we don't have any other temple even in Wyoming. So, because we have a 24-hour community kitchen, we need clean water to cook and to drink, and it's an urgent matter, it's an emergency, it is a matter of people's health, and so we consider it as a serious matter. So that's why we are here today to request you to, so that you give us a no objection letter like the county did, so that we can connect our water to the city water, because we have already water line inside our building. So if we get that's why we are here to request today, so that we can get this letter as soon as we can. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Flannery, I don't know if that's something that we could get a copy of, what he read from, or just maybe as a refresher, going back to what Mr. Benson said, if that's possible. But if you'll just work that out with him. Mr. Benson, did you have something?
Yes, I had a question for Mr. Flannery. I don't need this headset to listen to myself, so that's why I take it off. But he said that there was already a water line in the building. Is that correct? That's the fire sprinkler line, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So the water's already there.
Yes, sir.
It's just a matter of tapping into it. And
yeah, we
putting
have
it
a water
through
for the fire protection. We have a
Right.
water inside the building, and all our sprinklers, they are on the city water. We have a line inside the building.
But that water is potable water.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it'd be the same water that you could
Yeah, it will be
drink.
the same water.
All right. But the line's already there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Next person on the list, Jean LaFell. Evening, sir.
Good evening. Gene Leffel, 6530 Brayton Boulevard, Garden Terrace subdivision is established in 1922. I'm here tonight. I'd like to thank the mayor, other council members and staff that took the time to visit us up in Brighton last Thursday regarding the infectious waste disposal facility that's sited to go in it near I-76 and 88th Avenue. About 50 people were there in opposition to that. At the end of the meeting, there was still 35 people there at 5:30. Nobody spoke in favor of that facility.
Mr. Leffel, excuse me. We have staff here that's going to update us on that. If you want to continue, you can. You've come in front of us 4 weeks in a row with this information. I just wanted to make sure you weren't campaigning.
I'm trying to inform the city council and city staff and the citizens of our city about something that I feel is very dangerous. This is infectious, biologically hazardous
And we all feel the
medical
same way
waste.
as you do.
And I'm going to propose perhaps a solution that might help with this problem, if I may. In the past, we've enacted a number of ordinances. Ordinances against racetracks, ordinances regarding liquor stores and their proximity to other facilities, ordinances in regards to certain medical facilities and their relationship to residential parks and other public facilities. I would like to suggest that in order to protect our citizens and our future citizens, that the City Council consider adopting or creating an ordinance that would limit these types of medical waste processing plants, places that are processing biologically hazardous, infectious medical waste, away from our citizens, much like we have other industries that have come to our area. And I feel that the mayor made a very good statement. It's not against the industry, it's against the location of putting such a thing in a primarily residential area where literally thousands of people don't even know it's coming right to their backyard. That's why I'm here, because I think this is important to protect the citizens of our city so you don't someday wake up and find out here's a guy treating biologically hazardous, infectious medical waste right in your neighborhood. These folks are proposing to bring in 100 tons a day, 100 tons a day of this stuff brought into our city, and as they said Thursday, they can dispose of it at any landfill in the state, which includes the Tower Road landfill. The closest one would seem like their most logical choice. Okay. Thank you very much.
And I was going to give you a little extra time since we took some of yours if you had something to add.
I just want to convey to the City Council and staff the importance of this matter. You've got an operation that we just brought into the city right there at 88th and I-76. The number of people in that facility alone is equivalent to the population of our city. Evacuation would be nearly impossible in the event of an accident or a spill. By putting in an ordinance soon, while there's no pending application, while they're still working in the county, this would potentially head off or at least regulate this from being in your own backyards. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, sir.
Okay, thank you. And just for the audience out there, what I want to do is let everybody know that Ms. Teeter was actually the council person who pushed for we weren't going to put any more commercial next to, or any more industrial next to residential. So everybody realizes where she comes from. Mr. Benson?
I have a question for the city attorney. Since this proposed waste treatment facility is not in the city of Commerce City, it's in unincorporated Adams County, what kind of, is there any kind of an ordinance that we could pass that might inhibit its location there?
Quite honestly, the only thing that we could do is zoning within the city boundaries at this particular point in time. So there's not an ordinance that we could presently pass that would affect that the location of the landfill in Adams County right now.
That's kind of what I was thinking. That, I know, you referred to racetracks. The racetrack ordinance just said that no city money could be spent on a racetrack if it was located within 9 miles of residential subdivisions. That's completely different, and it would be those things only in the city that we can control. We have no control over unincorporated Adams County. It's really just going to be up to the Adams County commissioners, I guess, on September 12th to make that decision, and I hope that it comes out the right way, but we don't have much control over that except to show up and make our opinions known, like a lot of people did last week. So And thank you and the members of the Cars Club for being there to speak against it.
Ms. Teeter?
Yeah, Karen, so you're saying that we cannot do any type of an ordinance, which I think would be a great idea.
The only thing that we could do with regard to regulating the location of medical waste facility would be those facilities that want to locate within the city. There isn't a zoning ordinance out there right now, but if we were worried about something that was going to come into the city, then you could pass an ordinance that regulates where they came into the city and those kinds of things. But otherwise, you can't pass a zoning ordinance in the city that governs Adams County, where they locate their medical waste facilities.
Okay, thank you. I think we need to go that direction.
Mr. Marino?
Just quickly, I actually plan to raise this topic under administrative council business, so if we could forward the balance of the discussion until then, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next item is approval of minutes. There's only one set of minutes before council this evening for approval.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Oops.
It's been
I'm
brought to
sorry.
my attention that one person came in after the sign-up sheet was brought forward that might want to address council.
Okay. Would that person please come forward? Good evening. We'll need your name and address for the record, and then you get 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Susan Lubang, 5175 East 119th Place, Thornton, Colorado, 80233. I am a volunteer for Adams County 4-H, and we're having...
Oops.
Okay. We're having a fundraiser going on, so I'd like to invite the government to help us out since it's a government youth group. So we're having it at Applebee's in Brighton on October 29th. I am selling them. They're $7, $5 stays with Adams County 4-H. So it's a good thing for us. Plus, we do a lot with these kids. One of them is an well, it isn't even after school anymore. We do a school program with 11 schools in Adams County. One of them, I think 1 or 2 of them are in Commerce City. So this helps those kids. So keep that in mind. And also, Mayor, I need your help on doing a golf tournament. Because we want to get as much, we're the only county in Colorado that helps these kids like we do. We have we won Horse Bowl and Horse Apology at Colorado State University in June. We are sending six or 7 kids plus a coach to Denver for Western Roundup, which is when they have Western Stock Show. And we're also sending them to Kentucky. So this helps them. And so we're the only county that does that. Boulder won for judging, and they're giving them $50. So to say this money is going for good use. So just let you know.
Good. Is there a place where people can get in touch with you to purchase tickets?
I can give you my telephone number or also the extension office.
Maybe I would probably give the extension office
Extension
number.
office. It's 303-637-8100.
Okay, and that'll be also for the people that are watching us on TV.
Yeah.
To get that number out, and they can get in touch with you. And Ms. Snyder.
Yes, I just wanted to thank you for being here this evening. My family's long been involved with 4-H, and it's a great, great organization, and you do amazing things for children. And I would like to get a couple of tickets from you. Are you going to be here for a while this evening?
Oh,
or-
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I will.
Okay, great. Then I'd like to get those from you this evening if I could.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Flannery referenced the golf tournament. Would you be able to get her in touch with, I don't know if they start in your office or they go directly to Paul or how that would work. How about Mr. McBroom? Mr. McBroom, would you please speak with the young lady and get her information, and then you're with the right people. And I'm sure people on council would be more than happy to help, but it needs to be done through there. So if you'll go over and talk to Mr. McBroom, and we'll get those together. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're really nice events. Okay. That's everybody now. Okay. There's, again, approval of minutes. There's one set of minutes before council this evening. They're minutes of the meeting of June 6th. Before voting on the minutes of June 6th, need a motion to allow Councilman Diaz to abstain from voting because he was not a seated member of council until the meeting of June 13th. Ms. Teeter.
Yes, moved to approve Councilman Diaz from not voting.
Mr. McEldowney.
Second.
The motion and a second to allow Councilman Diaz to abstain from voting. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same. Motion passes. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the minutes of June 6, 2011. Ms. Snyder.
Yes, move approval of meeting minutes, June 6, 2011. Council is seated.
Mr. Marino.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of June 6th. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, request a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same. Motion passes. Next item is the consent agenda, and presently there's two items on it, but it's my understanding that one item needs to be removed because it was not a unanimous vote. So the first one, which I believe was Ordinance 1869, will have to be moved outside of the consent agenda. Okay, but will I need a motion to move that out? Okay.
Yes.
So since there's two items on there, does anyone wish to remove any item from the consent agenda? Mr. Marino?
Move to remove Ordinance 1869 from the consent agenda.
Okay. Ms. Snyder?
Second the motion.
A motion and a second to remove Ordinance 1869 from the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, the same. Okay, so now there is just one item on the consent agenda, which is Z 839-91-11. Ms. Teeter.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Mr. McEldowney. I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Will the city attorney please read the title?
An ordinance amending Ordinance Z 539-91 by deleting a zoning condition for the property described in Exhibit A, attached hereto and made a part hereof, and located at 9251 East 104th Avenue, Commerce City, Colorado.
Got a motion and a second. City attorney's read the title. Request a roll call vote, please. Mr. McEldowney, would you hit your button again? There we go. Not blinking yet. Nope. Not
No.
blinking.
It was blinking before.
Do you just want to go down the row? Okay. Now it is. Showing 8 yeses, the consent agenda is approved. Now we will go on to Ordinance 1869. Motion, Ms. Snyder.
Yes, move approval of Ordinance 1869.
Mr. Diaz?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve Ordinance 1869. Discussion, Mr. Marino?
Just for the audience's benefit, Ordinance 1869 is approval of, the ballot questions that we will be submitting to the Commerce City electors this November. The question about term limits and extending term limits for the mayor position and distinguishing the mayor's office from separate and apart from council. That particular ballot question has been clarified, where it will allow for 16 years total service. So it is not what was previously mentioned, where if someone served 8 years on the council, served 8 years as the mayor, could then sit out for 4 years and then come run again. It's 16 years cumulative total for a lifetime cycle. I just want to make sure that's correct, Ms. Stevens.
It is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, further discussion. I was the reason that this couldn't go on the consent agenda the last time, and I'm going to vote no again, and it is only because of the term limits item. I am a firm believer in the Constitution, and I believe you need to come serve and then go home and work on the farm again. 16 years is way too long, and that's the way I believe, and I'm not going to change, and 8 years is more than enough to be here. I took a lot of hate calls over this last time because I said I did not have the confidence in the electorate, because they have a tendency to strictly elect whoever's been sitting in the seat because of the name recognition. And that's just the way I feel. And so I'll be voting no on this, and I know the vote will go fine. The vote will still be there, but I needed to vote my conscience. Mr. Marino, do you have another comment?
Yeah. I appreciate your stance on this particular issue, Mr. Mayor. And as you may recall, I joined you last when we heard this last, that I didn't believe that that was appropriate. I am more amenable to the way it has been amended. It is less that we are keeping people cycle after cycle, and more that we are capitalizing on experience that you get as a council member that will well serve you as a mayor. So I was opposed to the way it was drafted previously when we heard it. I am not opposed to the way it's been amended, so I will be voting yes on that.
Thank you. Ms. Carson?
Mr. Mayor, not to debate you, but I also believe in term limits. The way our charter reads right now is it's unlimited limit time as long as you take 4 years off in between. So there is no set term limits in this city right now. This is something that would give you term limits. If you don't run for mayor, the way this reads, then it's 8 years max is all you will be allowed to serve on this council. So that is very much a term limit. Once you're done with your 8 years, you may decide to run for mayor, and through that you could do 8 more. But term limits are actually something that is produced out of this. I feel that the system the way it is right now, there's people that are being punished almost for having the expertise to go on further and help this city. Like I said, I do know there's people sitting on this council right now who, had this been here, I do believe they would have ran for mayor. Our own mayor, whether he chose to or chose not to, can't even run again because of this. I think that we are not providing our citizens the best then when we say if you serve 8 years here and you get that expertise under you, if you want to go on and run for mayor, it is still up to the voters. So they've had 8 years to get to know you very well, to know whether they want to vote you in as mayor. The way it is right now, I think we're almost asking voters to put somebody they really don't know in as that position. And so, yes, I do believe this is term limits, and I believe it's a much stricter role on term limits because, like I said, as of right now, anybody who doesn't know, the charter says you can run and you can do 2 terms, you set out a term, and you can run again. And as long as you keep getting elected, you can keep setting up here. So that's all I have to say.
Okay.
Just a point of clarification.
Yes.
What this doesn't say that you're capped at 8 if you don't run for mayor. It's still a cap of 16. The way that I read this is you'd have to you could serve your 2 terms consecutively, 2 4-year terms. Then you'd have to sit out under the state constitution. Then you could run again for 2 more terms if you wanted, and then you'd be done. So 16 would be your combined years of service, would be any kind of combination.
I was the one that brought this forward, and it was my intent that 2 terms as council, 2 terms as mayor would be what this stated.
Okay, but this doesn't really meet that, and so if that's where you want to go, unfortunately, I think we're going to miss our deadline on the ballot issue. We can vote on that, and, I mean, if you want to, take this off and try to vote on that separately, and then we could try to wordsmith it if that's what you're looking for, if everybody on council is in agreement with that. If you want to cap it at 16 years combined if you run for mayor and council member, and 8 years if
Well, it
for all
does say
council members.
combined years, so I thought we were covering that with the word combined.
Combined just means all the terms put together. So whether it's council member terms and mayor terms or all council member terms, you'd be limited under this, how I read it, as 16 and not the 8 necessarily.
That was my intent.
Okay. I think that's, if everybody's on board with that, we can draft, we can kind of wordsmith it here, but I need to get everybody on board that that's what they're looking for, as opposed to 16 years as a total limit.
Okay.
Ms. Carson?
Well, I would propose that since that was I was the one who brought this forward, and that was my intent in the beginning, and there was some discussion whether that we could even do that. So it's been waylaid a little bit. But yes, it was, what I was trying to do was to actually do term limits that actually forbid you from running again after you did 2 consecutive terms as a council member, unless you chose to go forward as mayor. I think that when the voters didn't agree with 3 terms, I think that would be ludicrous of us to put that on here.
While you're thinking about that, I'm just going to, what I find especially interesting about this whole thing is that for the last 4 years, I have sat here listening to the 2 ends of this council talking about the mayor is no different, the mayor is no different, the mayor is no different, he's just one extra guy. Now we're going to change that. But, Mr. Marino, did you have I'm trying to kill some time here, so Mr. Marino, do you have something?
The way that Ms. Carson interpreted it, I guess, is not the way I interpreted it. My understanding of the way the ordinance was drafted was that it was 16 years cumulative only if a council member decided to run for mayor. So in the sense that it would not apply if a council member served 2 terms as a council member and then sat out 4 years and decided to run again, that situation would not be under the purview of the ballot question as drafted. But it seems like Ms. Stevens is working feverishly to perhaps draft an amendment right now.
Will you be able to put those in as it sits in this ordinance, or are we going to have to pull number 4 out?
I think we can amend this ordinance to insert this language. I'm just trying to think of the best way to do this. It seems to me that you want to make the council position and the mayor position separate and distinct. You want to limit council member, you want to limit terms to basically 2 terms for any seat. Is that right? Because once you make them separate seats, right, for term limit purposes, and you set the terms then, the limits for the terms as no more than 2 terms for each position, then you've done what you need to do. Does that make sense? Because then you've got
Yes,
2 terms as
because
council
you
member.
could complete your 2 terms and immediately run for mayor, correct?
Okay.
And I guess if you wanted to do it backwards, I guess you probably could still do it backwards.
All right, so what if we say, okay. So that, to provide that the mayor shall, for purposes of the term limits as provided in Section 11 of Article 18 of the Colorado Constitution, be considered a position separate and apart from other members on city council, with no person serving more than 2 terms in either position. Does that get to where you're going? Yeah. Is everybody comfortable with that?
Yeah. But what I hear from you is that you want him to be on council 8 years and then mayor.
Or vice versa, right? I'm not setting that, no.
Okay.
Oh, good,
be
good,
allowed.
thank you.
Okay.
I think that's what you're looking for, but this allows that, but it doesn't preclude the other thing from
If
happening
they decided
either.
they wanted to just step up and run for mayor,
Yeah,
let them do it.
Yeah.
And then if they are done 8 years there and wanted to run for council, it would give them that.
okay.
Okay. Mr. Marino?
Ms. Stevens, I just want to make sure that we do have, that we have the legal ability to do this based on the way our charter is currently written and the fact that the current system does say that you can sit out 4 years, run for the position again. I just want to make sure we're legally okay.
The Colorado Constitution does set forth the parameters generally for term limits, and basically the rule is you can serve 2 terms, then you have to sit out at least 1 term, and then you can run again. However, there is another part of that same constitutional provision that says that electors in any jurisdiction can change term limits, make them more constrained or broaden them as they see fit.
So there's a provision for local control?
There is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I hate doing this to you.
I know, it's a really long.
It is. It is really long. I've had a motion and a second. Now the city attorney gets to read the title.
Okay. An ordinance submitting to the registered electors of the City of Commerce City, Colorado, at the regular municipal election to be held on Tuesday, November 1st, 2011, the following 4 ballot questions. 1, shall the City of Commerce City taxes be increased by $100,000 the first full fiscal year, 2012, and by whatever amounts are raised annually thereafter through the imposition and assessment of an additional tax in an amount not to exceed 7% of the gross taxable amount paid or charged for purchasing marijuana, marijuana paraphernalia, marijuana-infused products, and synthetic marijuana products, and to spend city revenues therefrom to promote public safety. 2, whether the city charter of the City of Commerce City should be changed to provide that the organization meeting of the City Council be held on the 2nd Monday following certification of the results of the election of the members of the City Council. 3, whether the city charter of the City of Commerce City should be changed to remove all City Council members from membership on the Planning Commission. And 4, whether the charter of the City of Commerce City should be changed to amend Section 4.1 and to clarify all other portions of the city charter, to provide that the mayor shall, for purposes of term limits as provided in Section 11 of Article 18 of the Colorado Constitution, be considered a position separate and apart from other members of the city council, with no person serving more than 2 terms in either position, setting forth the ballot title, providing for notice of the election, providing for conduct of the election, and providing further details in relation to the foregoing.
All right. You did well. Okay, we had a motion and a second. City attorney's read the title. Request a roll call vote, please. My screen hasn't changed yet. I'm still showing ordinance on second reading. There we go. 7 yeses, ordinance 1869 is passed. Thank you very much. There's only one resolution on the agenda tonight that requires a separate voice vote. It's Resolution 2011-50, resolution declaring the intent of City Council of the City of Commerce City, Colorado, to issue redevelopment bonds in 2012 to carry forward the 2011 assigned allocation in the amount of $2,024,925 and authorizing all actions necessary thereto. Will City Manager Flannery please invite staff to come forward and explain the resolution?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask Mr. Roger Tinklenberg, Finance Director, to approach the podium.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Each year, the city receives an allocation for private activity bonds. We have not used those historically. Last year, we basically assigned that allocation to the Colorado Housing Finance Authority. This year, they indicated that they could not use that allocation, and we have the choice of either allowing that allocation to revert back to the statewide pool, or we can carry it forward for up to 3 years if we so wish. So in light of the redevelopment projects that are pending, I'm suggesting to you that we carry that forward till next year and see what next year brings us.
Gee, our choice is keeping it for ourselves or giving it back.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's a tough one. Any discussion on that particular item? Mr. Marino, did you have discussion?
A question for Mr. Tinklenberg. Based on, so we'll be carrying forward the 2011 allocation. Is there a limit to how many times we can carry over?
Yes, 3 years is the total.
Thank you.
Mr. McIndown, did you have discussion or two?
Prepared to make a motion.
Okay, Ms. Snyder was just ahead of you, but you can second it. Ms. Snyder?
Yes, move approval of Resolution 2011-50. Council is seated.
Mr. McEldowney? Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve Resolution 2011-50. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, City Attorney, please read the title.
A resolution declaring the intent of the City Council of the City of Commerce City, Colorado, to issue redevelopment bonds in 2012 and to carry forward the 2011 assigned allocation in the amount of $2,024,925 and authorizing all actions necessary thereto.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. City Attorney has read the title. Request a voice vote, please. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same. Motion passes. We're going to go on to the study item. I'm showing 7:35. Let's take 5 quick minutes before we go into the budget meeting. Okay.
What's that? I did it. On what? It means a lot to have your approval.
I said start to get them back to the seats. No, I just need an address to mail the check. Okay, yeah. Not a problem. Thank you. I have them here. No. Sell them. You're fine. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. Ah, okay. Yes. That's not a problem. That's where we eat anyway. Okay, we are going into the budget presentation. Mr. Flannery, I would assume you are going to start it and introduce Mr. Tinklenberg or Aker or someone.
I'll remember. Oh, thank you. Oh, great, thank you.
It's nice. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Before I, let's see, this is the next budget presentation. We're going to go through the remaining departments. And so in order, we'll go community development, IT, and then finance. And then Roger will summarize kind of where we're at and what's up, coming up next. And then we'll have Brian McBroom present the issue on refuse and seek direction from council. At that point, I think we'd like to really have a lot of questions and discussion. Certainly, if there's questions during the department presentations, we'll entertain those. But through Roger and through Brian's presentation, we would respectfully request that the questions be held till the end so that we can actually have a full-blown conversation. So with that, I'd like to bring up Jim Hayes with Community Development.
Evening. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Happy to be presenting my first item before you tonight. It has to be the budget, of course, but should be pretty straightforward tonight, hopefully. I've got an organizational chart there for you. It does outline how our department is set up. Again, we are a department within external services, which is under the supervision of Mr. McBroom. We have administration functions within my section, as well as 4 major divisions. Planning, which is responsible for both strategic planning and current planning. The strategic planning section focuses on comprehensive planning, also special projects and studies. They're assisting us with the dog track functions right now. Current planning focuses on plan review, planner of the day functions at the front counter, and overall case management. Building safety is under the supervision of the chief building official, and of course they enforce the adopted building codes, issue building permits, conduct inspections, also perform plan reviews as part of those functions. Neighborhood Services has a neighborhood services manager and 2 supervisors along with other staff in that department, which is also known as code enforcement. They address nuisance concerns such as junk, trash, litter, junked vehicles, things like that. And again, we try to seek voluntary compliance with that division. We're not really police officers out there. It's not really enforcement. It's really, again, gaining compliance. The 4th section is staffed by 1 person, a housing coordinator, and this section provides staff support to the Commerce City Housing Authority. Again, providing housing opportunities and resources, and there has been some crossover recently between planning and housing, which I'll point out in just a minute. This slide may look familiar. It's from Mr. Tinklenberg's presentation a couple weeks ago. The only major enhancement we have planned for the 2012 budget is $3,000, and this is for board and commission training. We provide staff support to the Planning Commission, the Board of Adjustment, as well as the Derby Review Board. And these functions were in the clerk's office up until recently, and so we're proposing those be transferred back into the Community Development Department, and so that's causing an increase in our budget. We've also had a couple minor allocations, $13,000 for building safety, and this is regarding vehicles, again, related to depreciation of vehicles as they're turned in and they've used up their useful life. And then neighborhood services was $10,000 in allocations for computers. They had some printers that they used to issue citations in the field, and again, that's part of the depreciation that the finance allocates to our department. So looking forward, I identified the things that we're going to be focusing on in our 2012 work plan and how they relate to the various council goals. And please stop me if you have any questions at this part, or I can take them at the end. There's two major projects that are under the area of neighborhood and sub-area plans. The first one, of course, is the dog track planning and redevelopment. My department is providing assistance to the city manager's office to coordinate our neighborhood outreach, and then we'll be conducting full-blown redevelopment planning as we look forward into to 2012. The RTD project, Fast Tracks at 72nd Avenue, the station area plan, there's a grant that was received from Denver Regional Council of Governments for $100,000 with a $25,000 city match. And so we'll be kicking off that project in the fall. That'll probably take about a year to get completed. So rather than reading those council goals in detail, you can see, though, the ones that both of these cover: infrastructure, trail and park networks, transit and bike facilities, the overall goal of public health and wellness. We believe there may be some school district partnerships available through that Fast Tracks station area plan with the old Adams City High School. And then, of course, general revitalization and redevelopment. Next one on the work plan is the adoption of the 2009 building codes. We are proposing a work session with you, I believe, in September, and then we'll be coming back either later this year or early 2012 for adoption of those. And we look at those as advancing the initiatives to have a business-friendly environment as well as customer service. We found that a lot of jurisdictions around the metro area are at least on the 06 codes, and some have already adopted the 09, and we're currently working on the 03 codes. And so it makes it sometimes challenging for our contractors to figure out which code book they're supposed to be operating under, and we think this will provide a lot more customer service and, again, be business-friendly. The next one relates to neighborhood services. There's a general goal of Adopt a District cleanup program. And I'm likening this to the Adopt a Highway program, except it'll be more geography, if you will. We haven't really picked an area yet. We think Derby is probably the most logical one, but we're continuing to develop that. And it's really going to be part of a proactive approach that we take to enforcement in the spring. We're going to work over the wintertime when it slows down to try to develop some improvements to that program. And as you see, that covers a lot of goals there, including economic development, public health and wellness, revitalization and redevelopment. A couple of new ones that appear on this list is expanding opportunities for civic engagement. We believe that the Adopt a District program could really bring in businesses and residents to assist us with that. And also, number 13 is to prolong declining crime statistics, so making the crime rate go down, the overall goal of community policing. Updates to the land development code. To be perfectly frank, this could be a multi-year project. As with any new land development code, you find as you start using it, there's changes and updates that you need to make of things that just aren't quite working right. So one of the things we're planning on doing next year is bringing you a list of some of those we've identified, identify a schedule of adopting some changes, and looking to you and the new council to help us prioritize which ones you think should be focused first. And again, this is business-friendly, customer service. We also believe it ties into revitalization and redevelopment as well. Annexation criteria. I know this came up last month during the council discussion. It's very relevant to the medical waste facility that we've had discussion on tonight. It is a goal within the comprehensive plan to be completed within 1 to 3 years. Again, that plan was adopted last year, so we're right in the sweet spot to start focusing on this. We plan to bring something back to you very soon, at least so we can start some discussion about how we want to approach this. Again, we believe that this does cultivate economic development, again, the public health and wellness, revitalization. And the last one I want to point out is it does maintain a sustainable financial plan that will hopefully strengthen our reserves and reduce overall expenditures, because if we've got a real good strategy for what areas we want to bring in that we can serve logically, then that'll help that goal as well. The next one is a redevelopment brownfields grants. This is a pretty broad category, but I do want to point out one grant that we've already applied for in concert with Brittany Morris's office, the Economic Development Assistance Grant for the dog track. This is around $140,000 grant. It does require a $70,000 match, so it's 70 and 70. And we're hoping that we can use that starting at the first of the year to do some feasibility studies and market analysis for the dog track. This will help us identify what projects could actually be built as opposed to just going through a planning exercise that might not have any basis in any reality. Again, this focuses on economic development. I think it'll help us plan the infrastructure and, again, public health and wellness. You probably can mix in the revitalization goal in there as well. Last one, this is the one I mentioned there's been some crossover between planning and housing. As I mentioned, housing only has one person that's been tasked with providing support to the Housing Authority. So the couple members of the Planning Division helped them develop a strategic plan, and I believe you saw some information on that at one of your prior meetings. That is scheduled to be completed and adopted hopefully by October. Phase 2 will be up to the Housing Authority how they want to do that. Probably need some consulting services paid for by the Housing Authority to kick that part of it off. But real happy to say that Phase 1 is probably going to be completed this year. Again, hitting the goals of infrastructure improvements, public health and wellness, and revitalization. And that concludes my presentation. I'm open for any questions.
Mr. Marino?
Mr. Hayes, under the enhancements that you list, the 3,000 for boards and commissions training, will that be training just for those boards and commissions that rely on community development for their staffing, for example, Planning Commission and Board of Adjustment, or will it include our other boards and commissions?
It would just be those that are in our department, Planning Commission, Board of Adjustment, and possibly Derby Review Board as well.
And what kind of training will that entail exactly?
We haven't developed a formal program yet, but I know the Denver Regional Council of Governments typically has a planning commissioners training, like on a Saturday, where they will go through a full day of various rules of procedure, things like that. It may also pay for a lot of their planning association memberships, which are inexpensive for commission members, but since we have a lot of them, we'd want to get those. Includes a magazine, some updates, things like that.
Thank you.
Mr. Diaz?
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Hayes. The Adopt a District Cleanup Program, I want to hear more about it. What exactly does that entail? What's the timeline like? What's the involvement?
We're not really sure just yet. The short story of it is we want to try to identify an area that we can engage residents, engage businesses, try to have them help us along with community policing activities, not necessarily calling in complaints all the time, but really helping us with maybe some activities in a specific neighborhood. And then if we are successful in one specific area, we're thinking maybe we can roll that out into other neighborhoods in the city. Really haven't flushed it out yet, but going to be working with Manager Lutter from Neighborhood Services to try to develop that over the winter when things slow down a little bit.
Okay. And you said you haven't identified an initial area yet.
We haven't. Derby seems to make the most sense to me just at first glance because we have put so much time and effort into that. We do have residents that live there. We've got a business community that we're trying to get galvanized. So that seems to be top of the list, but we're definitely open to looking at other areas too.
Okay, great. And the redevelopment brownfields grant, you said it's $140,000, $70,000, $70,000 match. Who pays the $70,000 and who matches?
Right now, we are proposing that the Urban Renewal Authority would pay that, except that it's not necessarily writing a check. It would be in-kind services. So one of the things we're already doing is the city staff that are spending time on the dog track project, we're tracking our hours to make sure that the time that we're putting into it can count towards that grant.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Mr. Marino?
Mr. Hayes, how many neighborhood services inspectors do we have?
See, there are a total of 16 people in that division, but we have a total of 8 inspectors that are in the field. We have 1 vacancy right now. So there are 9 positions budgeted for 2012.
Thank you.
Question about the 209 building codes. I know we don't have as many builders out there as we used to. but are we working with them as we move to that? I know that the last time those 209s came up, there was, let's say, a little pushback.
Yes, I've been working with Patrick Buckley, our chief building official. We've already had a meeting with the fire district. We're going to be doing some outreach with Mr. Aker and the water district, as well as the Home Builders Association. There really only seems to be one major issue hanging out there right now, and it's this new requirement for residential sprinkler systems in single-family and two-family homes. And we're finding that some jurisdictions in the metro area exempted that out or amended it out, and we're waiting for the 2012 cycle, while others have actually left it in. And so the fire district, of course, is in favor of it. We're still trying to figure out what the impact would be on the water district and water usage in some of these homes. And then we definitely need to get the feedback from the Home Builders Association before we can advance that. We're definitely going to have those meetings before we bring this back in front of you, so we've got at least their answers and their opinion on it.
And are you going further down than HBA? Are you going to the actual builders that we have in the city and asking them?
Absolutely, we can do that. We're planning on that. We want to start at the HBA level first because they've dealt with a lot of other jurisdictions around. Of course, there's a lot of national builders here, but there's also some local builders we're going to want to reach out to. Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Marino?
Mr. Hayes, the requirement you mentioned for 1- and 2-story homes, what is the requirement now under the currently adopted code?
New construction does not require a sprinkler system. So if you've got and I maybe misspoke, it's a single-family home or a two-family home, like a duplex.
Okay.
New construction would require it under the 09 codes if we don't amend it. But currently, it's not required under the 03 or the 06 codes.
And we have the authority to omit that section of the code?
Yes, I defer to the city attorney's office, but I know from my experience in North Glen, we amended it out, and they decided to wait until the 2012 cycle came out.
Thank you.
Mr. McEldowney?
I would just reiterate the mayor's comments regarding the need to speak to the actual builders that are active in town. I know when this came up last time, we got a very strong sense from the HBA that there was great resistance to the addition of sprinklers. And I know the quotes from some of the local builders were that it would add significant cost, in fact, a cost that would cause them to no longer be able to do business if that was imposed. And I think given the very brittle relationship that is present in our building community today, and the testimony that I've heard from folks that I serve on the 27J Capital Facility Fee Foundation Board, which is made up half of which is made up of builders, they're not in any position to see any additional fee structure imposed. So if we change the cost of a build, that's a very significant risk. So to the extent that that's possible to get those discussions held prior to coming back, I think it would behoove us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Excuse me, I totally agree. We've got, that's the number one issue that we're facing and why we haven't advanced it until now, is we've got to get those issues out there, and we're very sensitive to that.
You got to be last, huh? Mr. Marino?
Does that code also include a requirement for commercial buildings, or is it just single-family homes?
Good question. Currently, it's going to depend on the occupancy, and there's a lot of different ways that you can handle the fire code. That was the big reason we were meeting with the fire district. They have a requirement that we've had on the books within the city for almost 20 years, that if you build a building greater than 5,000 square feet, or in addition 5,000 square feet or greater, it must be sprinklered. That is actually an amendment that was added by the fire district into the code. And so that's one of the things we're looking at, because we think there are other ways you can handle not only existing buildings with the International Existing Building Code, or with new construction that does not necessarily require sprinklers. And so we're working through that with Mr. LaPena to come up with a solution.
Thank you.
I should ask a question just to make you ask another one. Thank you, sir. Mr.
Thank you very much.
Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'd like to ask John Howard, IT Director, to next present.
Evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. I've been asked to quickly go over my budget, darn it, but Roger wants to get going right after me. Information technology, we have a $2.2 million budget. We have 3 divisions, myself and the administrative services. Operations services is the biggest group, and they're the people that maintain our software, hardware, network. The help desk is within operations services. And the third group's GIS services, 3 employees. We have a specialist, the administrator, and a GIS technician. And you see their work every Monday night through the maps and all of the things that we put out relative to GIS. Current projects and activities, I want to go over these first because these will dovetail right into our 2012 budget and the variances that we have. Network infrastructure, even though we have 3 divisions, we kind of bring everything back together and allocate and plan as a department. Network infrastructure is one of our functions. This year we consolidated our network storage, and we put in a storage area network which puts all of our storage on a single device. It makes it a lot easier to manage. At the same time, we added a redundant backup solution. It backs up the network storage, and we have the primary storage location here at the Civic Center, but we also have it replicated at the MSC so that if we were to lose something here, our backups still reside at our secondary location. And finally, server virtualization. We had approximately 28 servers, and we are reducing the number of servers down to perhaps between 6 and 8. And that'll eliminate many of the devices that we have, reduce the load for cooling, power, and again, it's much easier to manage. Network services. This year, we've got an email system upgrade, which is currently underway. Internal telephone emergency notification system. We took the entire telephone system and turned it into a paging system. The final test, we never got to do that because we had tornado warnings that happened before we could ever do the final test. We used the system for those tornado warnings, and they worked as planned. We were able to notify every facility that we have a phone system in that the tornado was, or the tornado warning was occurring. PD video conferencing is to tie the Civic Center and the police substation in the Northern Range together so that they could actually conduct a briefing and have people located at both locations. Interactive mapping services, that is available both on the intranet, our internal internet, and the internet, available to the public. We see that in the form of property lookups and also being able to see the location for trails, facilities, those types of things. So that is something new that we added this year. Pictometry is a 3D view of the city. It's a different type of GIS data. This was a collaborative effort. The system was actually provided by Adams County, provided it to all of the cities, in fact, within Adams County. It lets building inspectors, police department, planning, engineering actually be able to see things at about a 45-degree angle and see the sides of buildings rather than a traditional looking down on the rooftop. Application services, Channel 8 system implementation, which we now broadcast, or we put the equipment in, and Communications Division can now broadcast on Granicus and Channel 8. Finance HR, we upgraded their software. Major enhancements to the human resources side of that system. Code enforcement, we implemented a software system for them that replaced a legacy database that was written many years ago that we couldn't maintain anymore. Public Works sign inventory and management system, that was a federal mandate. They have to inventory all of their signs and measure the reflectivity, and so we put that in to take care of that need. At Public Works, contractor licensing software implementation is a database that will be shared by both Public Works and Neighborhood Services, permitting, showing the contractors that we have licensed. Support services, one of the most important things, user support and training. We monitor and manage the IT Internal Services Fund. Procurement and replacement, not only do we purchase the equipment, as part of our allocation, we collect in advance to replace that equipment. Process analysis, looking at the internal processes of the organization. System enhancements, new services, that's what we were talking about above, and of course strategic planning. Budget summary, personnel services went down. We moved our web technician over to communications where it was more appropriate. Materials and supplies, major increase. About $41,500 of that is increased printing costs. We've never collected enough to cover printing costs, but it has gone up substantially this year. Toner and ink have gone up between 10 and 13%. So this is to cover increased printing costs. Everything else went down as far as our operating budget. In fact, we had a net decrease. Hardware, software, network allocation, and department requests, that increased $40,000. Anytime we add hardware, software solutions, we have to maintain and eventually replace if in the case of equipment. So the things that I discussed in the previous two slides, the impact of that is reflected in the $40,026. Overall, our budget went up about $17,000 for 2012. Upcoming projects. IT is tied to all of the council priorities through its support of the other departments and their commitments to these priorities. There's a few that we're directly tied to, but more often than not, we support the other departments in everything that they do. In these economic times, our focus has been on sustainability and support. The Internal Services Fund, where we allocate all of our charges out to the different departments. We provide the annual hardware replacement program, hardware and software maintenance, and end-user training and support. That's all part of the Internal Services Fund. New equipment is funded as part of the CIP program. For 2012, we're going to install a hosted spam filtering service to eliminate the problem we had when a piece of hardware failed and we ended up blacklisted by a number of organizations across the country. Adding disk space, that adds capacity to our system for storage, and network hardware upgrades, again, is for compatibility so that we can upgrade to the latest software as it becomes available on our network. And that's for the switches, routers, phone system, that sort of thing. Our guiding principles goes back to Jerry's philosophy that he mentioned about 3 weeks ago regarding sustainability, network infrastructure, voice and data, applications, data security, all of those things, if they exist today, they need to be available tomorrow. And that is one of the most important things that we do, is ensure that that happens. Also the procurement, training, maintenance, and replacement. Constantly changing environment, it's not just technology, but our organization and community is constantly changing, and we have to keep pace with all three of those elements. Distribution of information, we really are the steward of the information, that asset that the city has. We want to enhance internal and external communications. We want to provide the infrastructure to do that. Communications division then uses that infrastructure to accomplish those things. Provide information when and where it is needed. Integration, sharing, collaboration, it's very high on our list. That information is only as good as our ability to make it available to people. Multi-channel services, the internet, voice, and of course face-to-face. We want to make sure that we have things in place so that all of those channels can be effectively utilized. And also availability of services. Virtual City Hall, we would like services available 24/7, 365, both internal and external. And every time that we purchase or make recommendations, develop requirements for a piece of software, we look at that Virtual City Hall aspect of the application more and more. We want to make it so that people can do their business with the city at any time, day or night, at their convenience, and not just our business hours. That is the end of my presentation. Are there any questions I can answer?
Ms. Snyder?
Hi, John. Thank you for your presentation. It's not a question, it's more a comment. I just wanted to let you know, in my almost decade of being in this seat, I have found you to be excellent to work with. You do a fine job with handling everything related to IT. You're always there for us. You're always helpful. And I just want you to know, from me to you personally, that I think you do a wonderful job for the city. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ms. Carson?
I also, it's not a question, it was a comment. And as Ms. Snyder said in her years here, I'm a new one, and I wanted to thank all of you and your department for being so patient with me. You all speak a different language than what I speak. But you helped me in any way possible. Your department is one that I'm not sure residents think about a lot, of the support that you do everywhere. I do think this would be a wonderful thing if citizens of this city really could do their business anytime, day or night, in front of their computer in their pajamas, because most of the city is way more computer savvy than I am, and they would be able to do that. I'm still the pencil and paper girl. But no, thank you. You do an excellent job.
Thank you. And if we do our job right, people really don't know we're around that much. And it all goes back to my staff. They're the ones that make it happen. Thank you.
Mr. Marino?
Mr. Howard, just to echo Councilwoman Carson, I think the virtual city hall idea is really cool. It's something that I think a city in California, Long Beach, is actually currently doing now and are getting great response from their residents in terms of the ability to access city information and contact city departments that is on their own timeline and still able to do it outside of business hours. So I commend you for taking on that project. I think it's really great. I had a question about, obviously in our budget we have two dedicated funding streams. One is for replacement of vehicles and that kind of thing, and the other is replacement of IT equipment. Does any of the money that is reserved for that fund, that is only spent on equipment, correct? Or
We have several designated retained earnings funds that we manage. One is for equipment replacement, maintenance, software, and then the network as a whole. So those are earmarked to be spent only for those purposes. If our operations budget is under for a year, that goes to undesignated retained earnings, and that is what we typically use for expansion equipment. And we used to have, when times were better, excess revenues, and we were able to collect some in undesignated retained earnings. But they're going to use $1 million of that this year to structurally balance the budget.
Gotcha.
So a long time ago, we made a very wise decision, City Council approved that, to start doing that, and we're reaping the benefits now.
Thank you for that elaboration. I'll just say that, when I first got on council, our website needed some work, and then I remember about halfway through, you came out with this awesome upgrade of our website, and I think it looks great. I know that it's been used in a couple of presentations through the Colorado Municipal League to show them what a city website should look like in terms of accessibility, so kudos on that.
And that's the communications division, and they've just got started. So there'll be great things to come.
Ms. Teeter?
And I'm just going to say ditto to what all the other council members said. You've always been there for us. You and your staff do a terrific job. And lastly, it's very important that the purchasing of that spam filtering, the services for security, that does take place, because I was getting spam emails from across the world. I think even other planets. I don't know. They were just all over the place.
It's quite possible.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And last comment, I always have to control myself with your part of the organization, because if it were up to me, we would start with yours, and whatever was left, we'd spend on the rest. But that never works. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Flannery, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'd like to ask Jason Leslie, Budget Manager for the city, to make the next presentation on finance.
Okay, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to walk you through the Finance Department and our 2012 budget. Finance is made up of 5 divisions: financial planning and budgeting, financial services, tax, municipal court, and internal services. Overall, the 2012 proposed budget for finance is a little over $11.6 million. The financial planning and budgeting portion is around $443,000. Financial services is a little over $985,000. The tax division is $951,000. Judicial is $586,000, and the internal services is a little over $8.6 million. Within financial planning and budgeting, that is currently 4 positions: the finance director, the deputy finance director, the budget and performance analyst, and the application analyst. That division oversees cash management. They develop and prepare a multi-year financial plan, which includes the 5-year operating and capital budgets. They identify funding priorities and gaps in funding. They develop appropriate financial strategies and establish a program-based and multi-year budget. The Financial Services Division currently has 9 positions, with an accounting manager, 2 accounting 2s, 1 accounting 1, 1 accounting technician, a senior payroll and benefits technician, administrative supervisor, and 2 administrative specialists 2. That division oversees the citywide accounting, payroll, and accounts payable, debt administration, police pension administration, employee pension program, special improvement districts, and they provide effective financial administration services to other cities, departments, commissions, and authorities such as the GID, the URA, and the Finance Authority. The tax division currently has 11 positions: an audit manager, 2 senior tax auditors, 6 tax auditors 2, 1 part-time tax auditor, and a sales tax technician. That division oversees sales and use tax administration, collection, and enforcement. They also ensure compliance with licensing and tax code requirements. The Municipal Court Division currently has 5 positions: a Municipal Court Supervisor, 3 Court Clerk 2s, and a Court Clerk 1. They oversee court management and the community service programs. The Internal Services Division doesn't have any staff members and kind of oversees the citywide benefits: life insurance, health insurance, dental, workman's compensation, the employee assistance program, flexible spending, long and short-term disability. Also within that division, the lease, the maintenance, and the cost of papers for all the citywide copiers are in there. The Civic Center lease payments to the finance authorities in there, along with consulting, our property and casualty insurance, and our line item for loss contingency. In the finance department, overall, we only have 1 enhancement for the 2012 budget. That's for BlackBerry, for the application analyst, for the financial planning and budgeting division. The rest of the divisions do not request any enhancements at this time. The finance department builds our strategic goals every year around council priorities. The council priority of cultivating economic development through business retention, expansion, and job creation can be seen through our creation of the CIPP program, our sales and use tax audits, and working with the ED program to provide funding for the business incentives that they have been doing this last year within that department. The priority of identifying additional amenities desired by residents and how to best financially deliver those. We do that through our long-range financial plan. We do our biennial budget to provide fiscal responsibility. We do financial practices and decision-making, and we look at revenue enhancements. To implement infrastructure improvements to increase mobility, we develop that through our long-range financial plan and our capital improvement and preservation plan. The priority of expanding recreational offerings and trail and park networks to improve the quality of life are done through our long-range financial plan, our biennial budget. We look at revenue enhancements and utilize sales and use tax audits with one-time dollars, and through the development of our capital improvement and preservation plan. The priority of identifying opportunities to improve transit, bicycle, and pedestrian facilities is shown through our long-range financial plan, the capital improvement and preservation plan, and through our sales and use tax audits. The way the Finance Department aids in seeking new opportunities to lead revitalization and redevelopment efforts within the city is through our development of the long-range financial plan, and we look at financial practices and decision-making. And the final priority, maintaining sustainability financial plan that straightens reserves and reduces existing debt, is done through our long-range financial plan, looking at financial practices, decision-making, and our revenue enhancements. At this time, if you have any questions, this wraps up the Finance Department's budget.
Mr. Marino?
Thanks, Mr. Leslie. It looks like it all comes back to a long-range financial plan, and it really does in terms of us being able to financially plan for Commerce City and for our future. There are a couple of items I want to ask you about on your presentation. The budget enhancement, the one that you had for the BlackBerry apportionment, $1,200 seems like a lot for a BlackBerry.
That's the monthly service as well.
Okay. Great. And also wanted to ask you about the lease payment on this building to the Finance Authority. I had asked Mr. Teeklenburg how much that was, and it escapes me at the moment. Could you provide me with that figure?
Yes, what that is annually, we make 2 payments, and that totals out to be, grab that real quick. About $1.7 million a year.
And I'm not familiar with the lease conditions in that. What will there be a time when that is paid off?
You want to?
Yes, sir. That's a 30-year lease purchase agreement.
Thank you. That's all I have.
I want to know how you got by with $1,200 for the year. Mine would have run out in September. I don't see any others. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Well, thank
Mr.
you.
Flannery, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Before I kick it over to Roger for his presentation, I just want to mention, since we've wrapped up the departments, how difficult it's for me to listen to the budget presentations and not brag about them at the end of the meeting, at the end of their presentation, because they really do a fantastic job, each one of them. And, getting to know them so well and through the process, when they wrap up, I want to just add a bunch of stuff, and I know that you don't want to add more time to the council meeting, so I figured I'd just take a couple minutes and do that right now and just thank all of them for their hard work and time. So thank you.
They have done a phenomenal job. Mr. Marino?
Just a quick comment, since we are wrapping up the department budget discussions. I commend you, Mr. Flannery, and your staff. You really took what the city council, the direction that we provided you, and you listened. This council wanted to see more direct involvement from the department heads because no one knows their budgets better than them. And this is the first time, I think, that since I've been on council that we were presented with a very holistic view of the budget, and particularly, what exactly those departments are doing with the money that we appropriate to them. So just want to say really thank you for listening to the direction that council provided.
Mr. Flannery, back to you. Back to Mr. Tinklenberg.
Again, good evening, Mayor and Council. Basically, I'll be giving an overview since the department presentations are now finished. The only item really remaining in terms of detailed budgets would be the legislative budget, and that was handed out to you this evening for discussion on the 12th and for your direction to us on the 12th. So tonight we're going to review updated revenue and expenditure numbers, options for the use of fund balances, the recommended 2012 budget, and also wrap up with refuse collection, and that'll be presented by Mr. McBroom. So reviewing kind of what we've gone through in the last 6 months, in 2004, when we adopted the long-range financial plan, that document identified the need for over $1 billion in terms of capital investment needs by the time the city is built out. In the time since that 2004 long-range financial plan, or actually in the last 10 years, we've invested nearly $250 million. That's been funded in a number of different ways. That puts us on track to fund another $250 million by 2020. And if we do that, then that puts us on track to basically fund all of that over $1 billion worth of capital investment by the time of complete community build-out. Now that's a huge goal, but just wanted to assure council that we are on track, but again, this coming 10 years is going to be crucial. To do that in the next 10 years, we need dedicated funding sources. We need to be able to fund ongoing capital maintenance. We must keep operating costs in line with income, which again basically serves as a balance to what we invest in the capital through the capital improvement program. And we also identified the need to move vulnerable revenues out of the general fund budget. In terms of where we're at, looking at the economic outlook, there are some economists who are now warning again of another recession. Underlying basic economic, looking at volatility and looking also at the fundamentals of the nation's economy, you can read the tea leaves different ways, quite honestly. And most of the economists are still saying it's going to be growth, but it's going to be really slow growth. And so for a lot of people, it's going to feel like a recession. There are some economists, respected economists, who are saying, yeah, but that growth is slowing at a rate where we expect it's going to dip into a recession. So it's just, news that we have to be aware of. We have to be prepared in terms of contingency, but it's certainly not a cause for panic. But again, preparedness is the key. Another item that we have to note, this is a headline that came out of the Washington Post on August 23. Congress heads for another showdown over transportation funding. If you recall, the federal transportation funding is authorized every so many years, and it's up for being reauthorized again. Well, we saw what happened with the Federal Aviation Administration. Basically, it got shut down, and it was shut down for I think it was over 2 months. And it jeopardized a lot of funding, and it jeopardized a lot of projects. So if we see the same type of headbutting going on over the transportation reauthorization, what we'll see is a cutoff of funding to states. Now, what will happen with that, there is a trickle-down theory, and that means what happens to the state is going to trickle down. I would imagine that the state legislature is going to be under such intense pressure in terms of their funding that then they will reduce or cut back or cut out completely the funding that is shared with the cities. Don't know if that's going to happen, but again, we need to be prepared. That's my caution. The vulnerable revenues that we receive from the state are the highway users tax, which is over $1.5 million, motor vehicle registration, which is $165,000, and the cigarette tax, which currently is $100,000. We also receive $430,000 of road and bridge tax from the county. So the state revenues are the ones that are at the most risk, and that total is almost $1.8 million, 1.78. That's the total of those first three bullets up above: highway user tax, motor vehicle registration, and cigarette tax. The grand total from the state and the county is $2.2 million. And ultimately, my recommendation is that we move all of that out of the general fund. On June 13, when we had the retreat regarding the long-range financial plan, council consensus at that time was that the priority for transportation funds were for Tower Road and 96th Avenue, and that's the segment of 96th Avenue from Nucla to Tower. Also, the priority for open space, park, and trail funds was trails. Another item that we discussed was how we should use the pass-through revenue, and the consensus at that time was to continue using lottery and open space pass-through revenue for capital maintenance and repair projects in the parks, trails, and open space areas. We also did keypad polling of council, and the polling indicated that we should stabilize general fund revenues, replace the vulnerable revenues that we move out of the general fund with refuse collection fee and stormwater utility fee. And then also the way to increase revenue, 43% of you were in favor of taxes, and the remaining 57% were in favor of fees and taxes. This was all memorialized to you in a June 20 memo. So what we've done since the long-range financial plan retreat is that we've moved that majority of the vulnerable revenue out of the general fund to the capital improvement and preservation plan fund. We moved the highway users tax, which is $1.5 million, and the motor vehicle registration, $165,000, and the cigarette tax, $100,000, out of the general fund. And what that does in the capital improvement and preservation plan fund is it provides funding for those needed capital projects that have been identified. The other thing is that we've put together this budget as proposed to use pass-through dollars for capital maintenance in the CIPP. So lottery and open space dollars would go for park projects, and the highway user tax and motor vehicle registration money would go for concrete flat work, pavement management, and the DuPont neighborhood improvements. The stormwater utility fee revenues were not planned for the 2012 budget. Those were planned for 2013. Now, there are budget implications. If council decided not to move forward with the refuse collection fee, then there's a number of choices. One is we would need to move the vulnerable revenues back into the general fund, and that would leave CIP projects unfunded. Or the city must pull another $1.7 million from fund balances, one-time money, or reserves. Or the city must stop providing refuse collection to the residents. Or we need to cut the general fund budget by $1,780,000. So here are the 2012 general fund expenditure recommendations. The requested operating budget is for $47,255,000. That's in the general fund only. The City Council will discuss the legislative budget on the 12th, and then there are enhancements and special consideration items totaling $472,000, almost $473,000 that are proposed. Now, that total is more than just general fund. That includes several other funds as well. Then there are new positions recommended totaling $149,000, and those primarily are the maintenance technicians in Public Works, and that relates to the road maintenance that we have to take over from Adams County due to recent annexations. There's also a transfer proposed to the Housing Authority of $60,000, elected officials retirement fund $34,400, debt service transfer, and that's for the bonds that were issued back in 2006 and 2008 for Quebec and 56th Avenue. That would total $3.2 million. And then a CIP transfer of $132,000 that would go into the CIP fund. So the total recommendation of all of that is $51,307,000. So comparing basically revenues to expenditures, the revenue estimate is for $47,855,000. And that's after moving the vulnerable revenues out of the general fund to the CIP and assuming refuse collection fee revenue to replace it. We just talked about the recommended expenditures of $51.3 million, and then we propose to use $3.4, almost $3.5 million of fund balances, and that would result in a balanced budget, plus it would provide funding for the CIP projects. Again, just a recap, comparing 2011 amended budget of $52.2, almost $52.3 million, compared to the 2012 proposed budget of $51.3 million. We talked about all of the revenues, budget, operating budget proposal, all of those items. This shows where the fund balances would come from. Fund balance in the general fund, we propose using $1,080,000. There are some one-time dollars in the general fund balance of $210,000 that can be used for one-time projects. And then we have retained earnings. John Howard just spoke about one of those in the Information Technology Fund. So we would pull $2 million from IT and fleet. And then there's an equipment reserve fund for Parks and Recreation that has a balance of $77,600, or I should say it has a larger balance, but that's the money that would be used for equipment replacement at the Recreation Center. And then Community Justice balance transfer of $84,519, and that's how we would balance the budget. Here's the legislative budget, proposed 102, but that's prior to your discussion. So this would be discussed by you on the 12th. This is a recap of the non-city agency grant history, which is part of the legislative budget. You'll notice in 2010, there was 110,800 budgeted. Actual grants were 100,000. There was also expenditures of 9,150 for golf tournaments, nonprofit fundraisers 6,000 for a grand total of 115,150. This year there's a budget of 135,800. So far, the $120,000 worth of grants have been made, and then you can see what golf tournaments and nonprofit fundraisers have totaled up so far. So recap of the general fund in terms of what all the departments presented to you. That's totals $47,690,000, and then we have the other transfers. That total is $51,120,000. Again, that's general fund only. That's not total all funds. We have the CIP projects that were proposed to you, and again, those will be discussed on September 12. Here are the recommended funding sources for those projects. These are all projects that can be funded by restricted revenues. Let me rephrase that. Below are all the restricted revenues. Most of the projects will be funded by restricted revenues. There are a few that are funded by transfers from the general fund. So we would use Adams County Transportation Tax, $600,000, Solid Waste Tipping Fee, $625,000, Adams County Open Space, $240,000, Lottery Funds, $350,000, Highway Users Tax, $1.5 million. I just rounded it off. It's actually a little bit more than that. And then Motor Vehicle Registration Fees, $165,000, and Cigarette Tax, $100,000. Those three are in red to indicate those are the three vulnerable revenues that we moved out of the general fund to here. So total of that is 3.5, almost 3.6 million for projects. So what's next? Well, on September 12, we have the 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock budget session, and that's where you'll be talking about your legislative budget. We'll talk about the CIP projects, and then also obtain council's discussion and direction on the budget so that we can put the proposed budget together and submit it to you on October 10. Then on October 17, council opens and continues the public hearing, and then we have the wrap-up of that on October 24, where council closes the public hearing and acts on the budget and certifies the mill levy. That is the end of my presentation, and I'll turn it over to Mr. McBroom.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Were there any questions for Mr. Tinklenberg on his presentation before I continue to talk about our refuse and recycling program?
Mr. Marino.
Mr. Tinklenberg, on the legislative budget, I noticed $9,000 for outside services. Could you elaborate on that?
What that was is just basically adjusting the budget down to reflect what has been spent and looking at last year's budget. But again, that's without council's input, direction, all of that type of thing.
So in essence, the legislative budget spent $9,000 more than was originally allocated?
Less than.
Less.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Benson?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Tinklenberg, there were impact fees. The impact fees are revenues that are, you might say, earmarked for certain projects. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
What do we have as our balance in impact fees right now?
Well, the grand total is probably, it's over $10 million, but most of that is for transportation, and a lot of that will need to be used on the 104th Avenue project.
Was that city money or is it GID money?
That's city money.
All right. So what were the park impact fees? How much in park impact fees?
There's approximately $3.1 million in park impact fees.
So that's money that's been set aside for the parks?
Yes, sir.
Is there any timetable about when that money is to be used to start building out the parks?
No, there's no time limit placed on the park impact fees, nor is there a restriction in terms of what area those are to be used in.
Is there any restriction on how soon that money could be used to start working on parks?
There's no restriction. There's no nothing placed into the ordinance that I'm aware of that requires it to be spent by any particular time.
Is there a restriction on which parks that impact fee is to be used for?
No, it can be used anywhere in the city.
Okay. Where did the impact fees come from?
They came from citywide. Majority of it would be in the northern area.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Marino?
Mr. Tinklenberg, in your experience, do you find that many other local area, metro area communities rely on these vulnerable funding sources from the state? Are those also allocated in their general fund budgets, or do they do, for example, what we are proposing to do to move those vulnerable revenues into, for example, like a CIPP fund?
To my knowledge, it varies from city to city.
Okay. Thank you.
Not seeing anything else. Mr. McBroom, to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We wanted to conclude the budget presentations this evening by circling back with City Council and answering some questions that have already been raised about the topic of the city's refuse and recycling program. We have initially prepared the budget along the notion that the city would begin charging residents for refuse and recycling service. But we know that's generated some questions and some concerns amongst council. So our goal tonight is to answer some questions that have come up already, provide some additional information in advance of the September 12th meeting, but also if City Council or if a majority of City Council has a position on this issue, that feedback tonight is extremely helpful. It can help us then prepare a more appropriate budget for City Council to consider on September 12th. So this evening, we'd like to provide some context, some history about the trash collection program, both how we got to this point, provide some framework on how the current program is structured. We've also given some thought to how a program that would charge residents for that service might be structured. We've got some key points that we think council should keep in mind. We've also looked at some options, some alternative ways of charging for this service, because we know that it would be a challenge for City Council to move forward. And then we would be happy to answer any questions the council has, and encourage you to have a good, productive discussion this evening about the topic. Again, our goal this evening is to provide you good quality information to help you make an informed decision about what to do with the city's refuse collection program. We hope we will be providing important information to you tonight, again, answering questions that have come up already. We would like to, again, provide an overview of our current program, how a program to bill residents might be structured, and then again, answer any additional questions you might have. So how did we get to this point with the city's refuse collection program? Our research of records indicate that we've been providing free trash service since at least 1984. At that time, the city was a very different city. There were 4,500 addresses that were being serviced. At that time, the cost was about $218,000. In more recent past, the City Council decided to add multifamily residential properties to the residential trash collection program. We also added recycling to the contract, and in 2009, the cost increased from $7.45 per unit to $10.94 per unit per month, based on, at that time, 13,160 units. So you can see tremendous growth in the number of units since 1984, and related to that, a fairly significant increase in cost in providing that service. Currently, under the terms of the contract with Waste Management, in 2011, the cost to the city to provide that service is approximately $11 per unit, and we're estimating that there are currently about 13,650 units that are being provided trash service. Clearly, the cost of the program is increasing at a fairly rapid rate, certainly much faster than the city's revenue is growing. In talking with other city staff in more recent history, the topic of the future and the sustainability of the city's refuse collection program came up most recently in 2007. City Council began discussing that topic when some new council members were seated in 2007. And then as part of renewing the waste management contract in 2008, there was some additional discussion about the future and the city's ability to continue to provide free service into the future. Concerns at that time were the growth in residential customers. Obviously, there's been tremendous residential growth in the city. Also, there is the loss of the dog track revenue. Although there was no formal tie between taxes received from the dog track and paying for residential trash service, it's our understanding that the council, at least informally, kind of thought of that dog track revenue as a way to offset that free service to residents. There's also a conversation by staff and comments made by council members that although we do receive property taxes from residential property, currently the property taxes that we do receive from residential properties in the city is not enough to cover the refuse and recycling program, let alone the other services that the city provides to residents. So in that sense, it seems to us that the program is not financially sustainable forever. There also have been some additional minor discussions amongst council during the 2009 and 2010 budget process, and the topic really picked up again in earnest as part of the long-range financial plan retreat back in June. At that time, we talked about the need to move vulnerable revenues that we consider to be vulnerable and therefore have greater potential of not being there in the future, move those out of the general fund operating budget so that we're not relying them to provide essential services to the city. Those vulnerable revenues, as Mr. Tinklenberg had mentioned, were moved over into the capital improvement program to help fund capital improvements, and it kind of all plays into this ongoing concern about our ability to create a sustainable stream of revenue to provide for essential ongoing operations of the city. This is a graphic you might recognize. It's a diagram that Mr. Tinklenberg has shown previously this year, kind of tracking what's going on with our operating expenditures and really relating those back to what we believe are sustainable, consistent operating revenues. And currently, operating revenues are not where we would like them to be. They're a little bit below our annual operating expenses to provide services to the city. And currently, and in the past, in the 2011 budget and prior budgets, providing residential recycling and refuse collection service has been an operating expense of the city. So that's certainly adding to that gap between revenues and expenses. I thought it was important to provide some information about how our current program works. We have a contract with Waste Management. Waste Management sends us a single bill. That bill, though, is based on the number of residential units in the city that are receiving this service. Currently, in 2011, that contract estimates 13,650 addresses or units that are being provided service. The current contract price, according to that 2008 contract, is $11.01 per unit. Currently, there are no limits on the amount of trash that can be put out at the curb. Likewise, although recycling was added to the contract, there aren't incentives for putting more of our refuse in those recycle bins as opposed to out in our regular trash pickup. So staff has been exploring how would a resident-funded program work. We began by looking what was going on elsewhere in the Metro Denver area. To our knowledge, Denver is the only other community that also provides this service for free, although it's interesting to note that in Mayor Hancock's State of the City address, he indicated the need to look at that program. The City and County of Denver is also concerned about their ability to sustain and financially support that service on into the future. There are a variety of programs elsewhere in Metro Denver and communities that don't provide that service for free. Here is a sampling of some costs. In each case that I've noted, Longmont, North Glen, Thornton, those are communities that also provide recycling service. They also are communities that do other billing. They, I think in all three of those cases, they also provide water and sewer service, so they're already billing for water and sewer service, and so trash collection has been added to those bills in those communities. But you can see the range for those for service in those communities. We also happen to have a couple of city employees that live in Westminster that pay a couple of different rates, so we included that information to give you an idea if the community is not providing trash service to all its residents, whether it's free or it's paid, and residents have to go out and contract with their own trash hauler to pick up trash, costs are typically higher. In one case, it was $21.66 per month without recycling, a little bit more expensive, $28.66 if curbside recycling is part of the contract. As we've looked at this issue, if the city were to move forward and begin charging residents for the service, we would certainly advocate what's called a pay-as-you-throw system. It allows a graduated rate depending on how much service an individual homeowner needs. More service, a larger container to pick up refuse would mean paying more per month. Having a smaller container for less refuse, which is also an incentive to recycle more, would result in a lower rate per month. And we have some examples of what those costs might look like. Pay-as-you-throw is a concept that has been talked about before. We think about it in fairly simple terms. It's essentially the size container that a residential address would need to be able to fit all of their refuse on a weekly basis. So the cost would be based on the size container they purchase or rent from the waste hauling company. All trash that's put out on a weekly basis would have to be put in their assigned container. You would not be allowed to put additional containers out at the curb. You would not be able to put trash out in plastic bags. If you are paying for a 32-gallon container every week, all of your refuse would have to fit in that 32-gallon trash can each week. There would be no limit on the amount of recyclables that you could put out, and therein lies the incentive to put more material in those recyclable containers, thereby reducing the amount of trash that you need to put in the refuse can. There would be different ways to handle special item pickup. Those wouldn't necessarily be included as it is currently under our waste management contract. We are waiting for some updated estimates from Waste Management. Waste Management had given us an updated bid last year with information on pay-as-you-throw costs, and that was the range. For a smaller 32-gallon container, the rate would be $8.80 a month. And if I recall correctly, the largest container was a 96-gallon container, which would be $12.80 per month. So individual customers would have to decide what size container they need to satisfy their refuse collection needs on a weekly basis. The rate they pay per month would be based on the size refuse container they would need. These estimates do not include what our cost would be to bill individuals for that service. We've also looked at that as well, what we think that might cost. We've mentioned a number in the past of $600,000, and that is in fact a bid that Waste Management provided to us in 2010. However, we've taken a look at what we think it would cost for the city to bill for refuse and recycling collection. These are some initial estimates that we've assembled. We think could be somewhere between $275,000 and $325,000. Postage on sending monthly bills alone, we estimate to be about $100,000. The additional costs would be to properly staff a billing department of customer service folks that could make sure correct addresses are in the database, that bills are sent out on a timely basis, and that those bills are correct, addressing questions from customers about their bill. So related to that, there would certainly need to be office space, hardware and software to manage a billing system. We're also looking to third-party contractors that would be able to bill individual customers for us. So instead of the city doing it with city staff, there are companies out there that would provide this service for us besides Waste Management. As we've thought about all of this, there's some key things that we've been thinking about. If the city were to move forward and begin charging residents for this service, clearly a significant amount of community outreach would be necessary. We've not begun to design that program. That seemed premature until City Council has made a decision about whether they would like to move in that direction. As Mr. Tinklenberg mentioned, we've begun to prepare a draft budget for 2012 that assumes there would be some revenue coming in from residential customers to pay for this service. If that's not the case, we'll have to make some adjustments in the budget. Mr. Tinklenberg mentioned some options there. It's certainly something we would want to know as early as possible so that we could begin making those adjustments and providing some alternatives to the City Council for how to address what would amount to a $2 million shortfall in the 2012 budget. One option we would certainly like the City Council to consider, if the majority of council is not comfortable moving forward with charging the full amount of this service to residents, we certainly think it merits considering some sort of phase-in approach that over a period of years, perhaps the amount that residents pay for that service would increase as the amount that the city pays through its annual budget would be decreased. These are just some initial thoughts about how we might phase in a reduced subsidy by the city and an increased amount paid by individual customers. Essentially, the city currently subsidizes 100% of this service. So alternatives would be to reduce that subsidy over the next few years. We're certainly sensitive to the fact that there are other movements going on throughout the area, throughout Metro Denver, that could potentially increase the amount of taxes that residents in our community pay. So this phase-in approach would be sensitive to that, would give residents an opportunity to adjust and be able to pay that bill over the next several years. So those are some thoughts for the City Council to consider As I mentioned at the start, if council knows tonight which way they'd like to go on this issue, that information is certainly helpful. Otherwise, this is additional background to prepare City Council to have this discussion at its next meeting on the 12th. With that, I'm happy to answer questions. There's some other folks that are also very knowledgeable about the topic, members of staff who are here to help me answer any questions.
Mr. McEldowney?
Thanks so much for the update, Mr. McBroom. And I think you showed this on an earlier slide. Can you just highlight for us the cost, the change in cost to the city between 07 and 11?
Don't actually have 2007 here. I guess what I have here is the $7.45, which was the cost that the city was paying per unit before we added in multifamily properties and before curbside recycling was added.
If I remember, at the addition of curbside recycling, once we renegotiated, it was only an addition of about $1 or $2 to our per household fee. Is that right? I'm just trying to get to the net increase in cost. I mean, we were paying a fee to Waste Management to manage our collection site for recyclables, separate from our curbside trash pickup.
I believe it was around 2, but maybe Mr. Clemens can shed some light on that one.
I think he's looking.
Okay.
I believe you're right, though.
I mean, either way, I think the point is this, and you know, the comments about council speaking about this in 07, I observed this in 07 at my first budget retreat. You have a cost that's going to continue to escalate over time. You have a population that's going to continue to grow. We've actually benefited in this regard because our population growth stalled somewhat versus the rapid growth period of 06 into 07. Had we stayed on that clip, the costs would be much, much higher than what we're seeing now. And again, we don't collect enough in property tax or other single line items to offset this cost. And so I guess it's not a matter of, to me, maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but it's not a matter of do we do something, it's what do we do? And when do we do it? And how quickly do we transition either that responsibility directly to homeowners, or do we identify some revenue stream that allows us to pay the bill on their behalf? You know, when you look at communities that have leveraged the pay-as-you-throw model, you get a couple of benefits. A, the city doesn't have to shoulder the individual cost of trash collection. Our landfills benefit because they see a decline in the amount of material that's getting put into the waste stream, and we see an increase in, as a result of the increase in recycling activity. So, you know, where we're providing that service for recycling today, there is no incentive for folks to adopt a curbside policy. So you can drive around any part of the community, any trash day, and you see cardboard boxes and obvious recyclables falling out of trash cans, and the next door neighbor is using green tubs to take advantage of the recycling offer. You know, short of telling somebody they have to do it, you know, the option, people's pocketbooks speak very loudly, especially in these days. And so if you're given the opportunity to change your behavior and pay less to have your trash taken away, it seems a pretty obvious choice. I think our estimates when we first looked at pay-as-you-throw showed a radically lower rate when pay-as-you-throw was put into place because of that offset of moving away from the amount of trash that goes out to the curb. And I only say this is possible because I've watched what we've done at my own household of 2.5 people, plus a couple dogs. You know, we put about a half a trash can out weekly. We put a rolling container of recyclables out weekly. We've quit putting grass out to the curb, and we compost it, or either cut it to compost on the yard or put it in a composter on the side of the house. So it's possible to do that. I've got neighbors that were reluctant recyclers and have gotten on board, and you see the same ratio, the same shift in trash to recyclable ratio. It is a transition, but when you look around, and all you have to do is Google who pays for trash, and you can find discussion boards on the few communities nationwide that are actually covering the cost of trash anymore. We are the exception. I know in the past the concerns have been that, well, if we don't pay for trash, then we're going to have a messy city. People are not going to pay for their trash, and it's going to become a dump. Well, I think our citizens are savvier than that. And certainly it's an adjustment and it's a transition, but we've got to figure out at some point how we're going to pull the trigger. Had we made the decision in 07 or 08 or 09, we'd be some way along that transition period by now, but we're not. And given what we expect to see occur with the decrease in tax rolls through assessment values going down, we have to figure out how to shift some of the burden for what it costs to do business as a city. And so I would really encourage us to look at some form of a pay-as-you-throw model and a transitionary model that shifts the cost from us to the resident, but would note that the only way anyone's behavior is going to change is when they're actually responsible for paying the bill. A pay-as-you-throw model doesn't take root if the city pays the bill. There's no incentive for an individual who doesn't see the line item cost go up or down based on their behavior. And so I guess that would be my commentary, and I'll throw it back to the rest of council.
Okay. Ms. Snyder?
Well, as many of you can guess, I'm probably going to be on the other side of this. I do realize that the cost of trash has gone up as our population has gone up, but the way I look at it is we didn't take away free trash when we were in the best of times, so why would we take it away when we're in the worst of times? I know that there are many families out there, and maybe the numbers don't look like, whatever. I don't think we really have a real-time number either, which is another thing I'm not comfortable with. We have an idea, but we don't know with the billing and all those other things what it's really going to be. So I'm not comfortable with that either. And maybe that doesn't seem like a big cost to some people, but I know some people, I know a lot of people that bill alone might make the difference, and rather not someone, is able to afford to feed their family a meal or two or whatever it happens to be. I'm very concerned about that. And also the neighborhood services program that we have going right now. We said that we wanted to clean up our image as a city, and we wanted to get the neighborhoods cleaned up, and I think that we've gone a long way to do that. And I'm concerned that if someone can't afford their trash, it's either going to be piling up on the side of their house, or it's going to be in their backyard, or you might even see it over on Highway 2 like we used to see back in the day. I'm sure some of you remember that. I'm just concerned. So, I would hate to have to see us turn around and have to hire more neighborhood services individuals, inspectors, to go around and write tickets to people because they can't afford their trash, and then they can't afford their trash already, and then they have to pay for a ticket on top of that. And then also I'm concerned if we do go to this program, it sounds like we're still going to be using waste management. I have a hard time telling people, okay, you have to pay for your trash, and we're going to dictate who you have to use as your pickup person or your pickup company. At that point, I think people are going to go out and, get bids from different trash companies and decide which ones they want to use. So let's just say we end up taking away trash and everybody's out with different carriers. How are we even going to be able to continue I know people that have put some serious money into their refuge, for the new container law. People went out and built enclosures and done different things to try to put their cans away for the new ordinance that we have out. How could we even keep track of who had their cans out on which day if we have all these different carriers out there all over the place? I see a lot of things on the downside of this. And I do understand that, we're looking at revenues and we're trying to figure out where all the money's going to come from. But I just really feel like now is just not a good time. I don't think it's a good time for the citizens to have to bear another bill. So that's my opinion. Thanks.
Mr. Benson?
Yes, thank you. Apparently, we've been providing free trash service since before some members of this council were not even born yet.
One.
Okay. Since one member of this council was not born yet. We brag a lot, and I think we should, about our financial condition, the financial condition of this city, and yet here we're saying we're in such bad financial condition that now we've got to start charging you for the trash pickup that we've given to you for the last 27 years. The two things just don't, they just don't sound right together. I don't know what, and, you know, they look at the fact that we loaned $4 million to buy the 65 acres of the dog track, and now we're going to start charging them for, I have to answer these questions that my people pose to me when they hear about the possibility of charging for trash service. And what do these containers cost? Everybody would have, the 13,650 places would have to buy a new trash container. Is that right?
Yes.
How much do those cost?
Thinking in the range of $8 to $10.
$8 to $10?
No.
I never heard of one costing that little.
I paid $100 for mine.
I'm sorry.
$100.
What?
$80.
$80. So we multiply that by 13,000, that's 80. That's about $110,000. Is that right? I think so. That's a windfall to Waste Management, selling us a new trash container where everybody in town has already got a trash container. What are they going to do with that? I guess throw it in the trash. This just does not make... What if you had no trash in a particular month? Would you still have to pay for it?
Yes.
You would?
Trash service would be billed on a monthly basis regardless of the
Whether
amount
you had any
of
trash or
that you
not.
put out.
This is a bad idea, and I will certainly vote against this when it comes up. Thank you.
Ms. Carson.
Not to echo the sentiment of both that spoke prior to me. I am new to council. I do remember this was a very small topic, as you said, a minor discussion of council saying the day is going to come that we're going to have to take a good look at this. I didn't realize when I was down there pushing buttons that that was the day. I think most of us were under the impression this was in the world that's good, this was a Dr. Cog exercise, and we were just voting how it would be if you could have it any way you wanted. I've actually had lots of discussions with citizens. One of the things that I say is I can't support this right now. Part of the reason I can't support it is because it's not a real plan. I can't support, there's questions out here that we have no clue. This is like figure this out as you go. And our citizens are out there not having a clue what it is that we're talking about, because personally, I don't have a clue. When they ask these questions, I cannot answer them. The other thing is the money's just going back into the general fund. People are not seeing, well, I'm giving up trash, but the city's gaining this. So what are we doing with it in the general fund, they ask me. I'm sorry, I just can't answer these. Are we getting bids from other companies to do this service here? And like Ms. Snyder said, I will tell you, I do remember the days of being a very young family. And if you said to me right now, give up your internet service or pay your trash, my children need that internet service to get their homework done and this and that, I'd say put the trash in the backyard and we'll figure that one out. There's many things that parents are going to be weighing these options. And I do think it's a program that's probably not sustainable, but we need a better plan than what we have. And we need something that we can go to our citizens with. I remember the days of couches being thrown out of backs of trucks because people didn't want to pay the fee to get them into the dump. I do believe our citizens are doing a much better job at putting their trash out, at getting and calling for large item picks up, taking care of the stuff, the debris in their yard, because they can put it out there. Can we teach them to recycle much better? Yes, we can. I have 2 little tiny green totes that were provided to me. I fill them up to where they're overflowing. I could recycle more if my totes were bigger, but it's what's been provided to me. But I just cannot go forward and support this when, like I said, I don't feel there is a true plan here.
Mr. Marino?
Well, all of us knew this wasn't going to be an easy issue when it actually came up. I think we're here to study the item. I think it's preliminary to already be saying whether or not we will vote for this measure. That discussion, I think, is happening too early. That's something that is up for discussion next week, and that I think we can have that conversation then. I had a couple of questions about your presentation, Mr. McBroom. With North Glen and Thornton and the prices that you researched there, do you know if those are one contracted service through the city, or if it's independent contractors that the residents individually go out for?
That would be one citywide contractor.
And do you know if that contract is held with Waste Management in those cities?
That I don't know.
North Glen runs their own program in-house, and I think Thornton does too, but I'd have to confirm that.
Okay. I do share some of Councilwoman Carson's concerns about the plan and, the level of outreach that does need to come with an endeavor like this. The community needs to understand the realities of our budget. The fact that our property tax that we collect from residential homes does not even cover the trash service that we provide to those homes. I think those are things that we need to go out and talk to our citizens about. Just one thing, you mentioned that Denver was also a city that offers free trash and recycling. I don't think that's correct, though. I think they do include that as part of their property tax, but I'm not positive on that because I did approach someone in Denver about that, and although it isn't a monthly billing service that comes to them, it is included in their property tax, I believe.
We will certainly research that.
Thanks.
Ms. Teeter?
Yes, good evening. I was not at the meeting a few weeks ago because I was ill, but I did happen to watch most of it on TV. And then after the Denver Post article came out, which was a very positive article and everything, then I start getting phone calls. Well, if we're in this such great financial shape, then why are we asking the citizens to start paying for this? So we're being torn by both sides. Do you see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I really feel in the next few years it's going to have to take place. Right now, I don't feel I could support it. I really agree with you, Dominic, about educating the people. In these newspapers we have, get this information out, the total amount of property taxes coming in, and it doesn't even pay for the trash collection, but the people still get all the services, snow removal, road improvements, everything else. I think they need to be more aware because right now they've had it so long, and me included, it's an entitlement, and it's like taking something away. And when the process in a few years does start, I think it needs to be transitioned into the partial subsidy program and let them slowly get used to it. And then if and when it does go away, then it'll be a slow process. So that's my input and thought on that.
Mr. McEldowney?
I just want to qualify my earlier comments. To Mr. Moreno's point, we all are clear that this is a study session matter tonight. My comments are more reflective of my overall sense on where this needs to go. That said, I think the comments also made by Mr. Moreno are quite apt in that this all comes down to community education, and it also comes down to council education and council retention of every budget discussion that we've had over how many years. It's one thing for residents to see the positive article on our community in the newspaper recently, but it's those very same citizens who come to you and me and everyone on this dais and say, I want Fairfax Park drainage fixed. I want Highway 2 improved. I want Tower Road improved. I want parks built out. Well, you know what? We can bank parks all we want, and we can talk about project priorities all we want, But right now, we're in a fixed equation. In fact, it's not fixed. It's a changing equation. The revenue line is declining. The cost line is increasing. So, yes, we've done a phenomenal job as a community to stay viable where others have not. But trash is but one line item in this discussion. We've got discussions to be held on stormwater utilities that have been swirling for years, and we've not taken action on them. We've got hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars of projects that need to occur in that space. Where are we going to collect the dollars to fix that problem? We need dollars to build roads. We need dollars to build parks and maintain roads and enhance the services that we provide for our community. So trash is, yes, one small line item. And I would argue that we need to do a much better job of helping our community understand what dollars come in, how those dollars get programmed, where they go, and what bang they get for their buck each and every day, and understand where we're wanting for more dollars. And so it's unfair for us as a council to side with the resident who says, I want a road, and we say, well, I do too, without also saying, but we need to pay for it. How do you suggest we do that? And I think each of us needs to be doing more of that to solicit ideas for how we pay the bill, right? We can continue to do a good job of balancing the budget with the factors that are in place, but at some point we have to either stop doing things as the money starts to shrink, or we have to find ways to work with our community to generate new revenue. We've got a few items that are on the ballot, but those are pittances by comparison to the total need. So it's easy to say nobody's going to buy into it. Well, no, they won't, unless we really come together and figure out how we tell the story and outline the need and agree on where we need to get.
Mr. Benson?
Yes, thank you. I've also heard people who say, well, we need the same things that you mentioned built out, and I always ask them, are you willing to pay for it? And I think what Ms. Carson was referring to is that here we would be trying to collect $2 to $2.5 million, and it would just go into the general fund and not earmarked or set aside for any particular project whatsoever. It would just be used up. I've got a real problem with that. If it could be earmarked for some specific project, I might feel a little differently about it. Also, I want to point out that my math a few minutes ago was off by about 10 times, because if you multiply $80 times 14,650, you come out with about $1,150,000 that Waste Management is going to collect from our citizens, in addition to collecting the charges every month, and then charging us $600,000 a year more just to do the collection. That math may be correct, but there's something wrong with it, and it's just overcharging our citizens. And I do want to say how I feel about this, because I won't be here on September the 12th when you guys are going over this, and that's just the way I feel about it. I think all of us feel similarly. It's just a matter of maybe when you want it to happen. But to do this without saying this money is going to go to some specific place, no way I would vote for that. And let me ask our legal counsel, this is not going to be quasi-judicial, this is going to be an ordinance, is that correct?
The ordinance for the budget? The budget ordinance?
Right.
Yes, it's
Right.
an
So,
ordinance,
okay.
it's legislative.
So I can take a position, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. McBroom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is very good discussion, excellent feedback for us. I do want to address some comments that I've heard to make sure I've been clear in the information that I presented and also that Mr. Tinklenberg's presented. It's absolutely appropriate that if we're looking to generate this new source of revenue essentially to offset the cost of that program, where's that money going to go? And you may remember Mr. Tinklenberg talking about those vulnerable revenues that are currently in the general fund that fund operations currently. And the idea is to essentially use residential trash collection fees to offset moving those vulnerable revenues over into the capital improvement program. So in an indirect way, this revenue helps us fund key capital improvements. Another comment I wanted to clarify, Mr. Clements, and I apologize for not answering more correctly earlier, the cost of the containers, if it's to be waste management, if it's to be a modification of our current contract with Waste Management would build the cost of those containers into the contract amount that's billed to the city, so that cost would be a part of the overall cost of residential refuse and recycling collection, and so essentially be added to the monthly bill instead of being paid up front as those containers are distributed throughout the community.
In other words, you're leasing the container.
Mr. Diaz?
I guess adding to that question, if you were leasing the container, how much more is added per month? Just an idea.
We believe it still falls into the range of prices that we've been talking about. Somewhere actually we provided a figure of $8.80. That would be the raw cost from Waste Management. Added to that would be the cost to bill folks monthly. So we actually think the cost to bill would be about another $2 per month. And so the containers and the service will all be covered within this approximate range of fees. So $8.80 plus about $2 to bill, so $10.80 on the low end, $14.80 on the high end for the largest can.
Okay. And I agree with all that's being said. I think we're all pretty much in agreement that at some point this program is not sustainable and we will all need some kind of revenue at some point. But I just want to get clarification. Are we trying to reach a consensus tonight, or we're just basically trying to give you an idea of where we stand so by the 12th you can come up with a plan A, plan B, plan C, correct?
Our original intent was to provide lots of information to help facilitate a good discussion on the 12th. However, we have begun preparing a draft budget assuming that revenue through billing residents. If council knows tonight that there's not support for that approach, this next couple of weeks would give us an opportunity to start looking at ways to replace that revenue in the budget and be ready with some alternatives at your next meeting. So I guess my answer is, if there is a consensus, we'll happily take that because that'll help us prepare for the 12th. However, if you'd like to take this information, consider it, have more discussion on the 12th, that would be fine as well.
Great, because I think I'm with Councilwoman Carson on here, where it's really hard to vote or show support for anything if I feel like there's a whole lot of information missing. And so that's pretty much where I stand, is that, yes, I agree with everybody on a lot of occasions. However, I feel like we need a lot more information to actually decide whether or not to go through with it this year.
Is there an interest in us pursuing that information to present September 12th?
I've still got now 4 people still want to talk. So, and yeah, I guess and we're starting to be repeats now. My question is, okay, it's $2 million. I need to see, this is if we charge them. If we don't charge them, this is what's going away. I need to actually, that's what I'm going to need to see. If it means we're going to lose 2 police officers, well, guess what? I'm going to vote pay for your own trash. If it means I'm going to lose, I don't know, something silly, I don't know what that would be, then I might go the other way. But that's what I'm going to need to see. Mr. Marino.
Just a couple of things. I personally would like a little bit more time to process the information that we've been given tonight and then have an in-depth discussion next week. I understand council's hesitation on this issue, particularly because it seemed to come about very quickly. I don't want to be a council that kicks the can down the road, but as Ms. Carson stated, we need a plan. And it has to be a good plan. It has to include neighborhood outreach. It has to include some education of our citizenry to make sure that they understand what's going on. And I think we're in a unique position where it's not absolutely necessary that this piece be included in the budget this time. We have healthy enough money reserves, if money put away, where we could have more time to really give this a detailed overview and figure that out from there. One piece, Mr. McBroom, that I would like to see included by next week is there was a brief discussion from this council and to address Councilwoman Snyder's concerns about an income qualification program where perhaps for those citizens that can't afford the trash service, that the city perhaps look at continuing to subsidize it for those residents that are of very low income. So I would like to see that proposal maybe be included in next week's discussion.
Okay.
We can
Mr.
certainly
Marino,
do
just
that.
a question to go along with that. How do you sort out the owners from the renters? If my
I'm going to defer
lower
on city
income
staff on that
people
one.
are living in a rental house of a guy who owns 9 rentals in our city,
Right.
how do we, is it the owner of the house that we look at, or is it the person living in it?
Right.
Who bears the plan?
Yeah.
Who's
I
going
think
to back it?
that's a very good point, Mr.
Okay. Mr. McEldowney.
I'll make my comments brief. We're not the first community to look at this, so we're not inventing this from scratch. I think one of the things missing in this discussion is context. The comments I hear are absolutely valid, given the sense that we're charting, uncharted territory. The reality is you have cities all over the country who have headed down this path. The need has caused communities to either coast to take action on this much sooner than country or cities and states more interior where we have lots of extra dirt to bury our trash. So places like California and up and down the eastern seaboard have been forced to look at these programs because short of putting trash on barges and floating it to somebody else's state to bury it, they don't have any other alternatives. So while we do have a little time from an ecology standpoint, the reality is we're in a similar position from a budget perspective, right? Our resource in terms of cash is the decreasing value here. That said, if we could ask staff to find examples of other communities in our state that have made the transition, get any sort of testimonials from folks either on council or staff or both, ideally, about the transition, programs that they may have used, what the timeline was that they adopted to enact the program, what that transition period looked like. We talked about share that the city would bear versus the resident over some transition period. So what do those programs look like here and elsewhere, and how successful have they been? Because when I search on this topic and when we did research on this in the past, I was actually quite surprised by the number of communities who said, we had huge resistance to the concept in the beginning, and it's become a huge a greatly appreciated piece of the community, but all due in large part to communication and having folks understand that it does cost X to do something with your trash. So until people can connect the dot that says it costs this much to do away with my unlimited amount of trash, people don't change behavior. So I think if we can get some of those additional facts and help further flesh out what our model might look like based on those inputs, then I think we can have a more viable discussion.
Mr. Benson.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned that people would be leasing the containers. How much of the monthly fee would be leasing the containers?
We can certainly bring that detailed information back to you.
I'm sorry?
We don't have that level of
Okay.
detail with us here tonight. We'd be happy to bring that back.
Will there be a point where the homeowner would own that container, or does the lease just kind of continue forever, like we used to have to pay a lease on our telephones about 30 years ago, where you'd have a telephone for 15 years and you just keep paying it no matter how far you'd gone past the cost of it? Do we know? Can you find that out?
Absolutely. And,
Okay.
and to address the comments and concerns about not having a detailed proposal, we thought at this point in the discussion that might be a bit presumptuous to come back with a completely detailed plan for how to implement this system. But with the council's interest, we would certainly be happy to research it further.
I just have one other comment. What we're talking about, we're dipping into the pocketbooks of the people of this community. And I know that we have the legal right to say this is a fee, we can take a vote and impose it on everybody. But if we're going to do this to the people of this community, we ought to have the courage to put this on the ballot as a tax measure and let the people of this community vote on it. Let's have the courage to do that, not just impose some fee on them, because we have the legal right to do that. Thank you.
Ms. Carson?
I'll try to make it short. Trash is, what do you mean good? You made me speechless. Trash is a problem for every city, no matter which way you do it. There's been so many things brought up here that, like I said, I am open to this idea. I can't see that I'm going to get enough information, enough community involvement by September 12th to change my opinion that this is too soon to make this kind of a decision. I would like to see a long-range study done here, one that truly did involve the community. Instead of passing this and going out and educating the city after we do it, let's bring the city in. Let's let them educate us how it is that they know that they could make this work, what it is we need to provide. I think the citizens out there know, we all know the demographics of our own house and our own trash. I know how I use the trash service. I honestly, for the people in this audience, I don't have a clue. I don't have a clue if they only have a bag every other week or they have 16 bags. I'm visualizing on holidays when I host everything, I send everybody out the door with a bag of trash because if I have to pay as you throw, you're all taking your trash with you. And when your trash from the neighbors blows over, I'm going to blow it back with my blower. It's just all these things. When we say that we know we have families in this city that can't afford to pay this bill, are we going to have a program for them? Who's going to absorb that cost? I'm sorry, people are going to ask who's absorbing it. I don't want to hamper families who can't afford this, but I also know that there's families out there who are going to resent the fact that they're paying the trash bill for somebody else. I don't think people mind paying food for people in need, educating children in need, buying supplies for this, but to buy your trash, I'm not so sure that citizens are really willing to say, I'll pay for your trash pickup. So I have so many questions in my mind, and I didn't receive hundreds of phone calls, but the phone calls that I did receive were very negative. Mr. Benson hit on one of them. Why did we buy a dog track? If we have, and I don't repeat the way things were said to me, but they were not in a nice manner. And you sat there because the hardest part is I can defend what we do as a council when I understand what we're doing, but I don't understand this either. I can't give the answers. And so the answer I gave people is I will assure you that I will hold back until I'm comfortable with the plan, and then I can explain it to you. But I just think there's way too many questions here that this can't be answered by September 12th. So I honestly would, Mr. Flannery, I know it causes you a lot of work that you're going to have to refigure this if we pull this out of the budget, but that is my recommendation.
Mr. McEldowney?
I said my last comment was going to be my last one, but this will be it. This, to me, seems like the perfect item to, if we're going to agree not to hurry this, because it's worth doing. It's worth doing it right. Is this something that we look to have our Quality Community Committee? I can't now remember what we've named them, the ballot committee. I mean, I think that committee has a greater breadth than just ballot initiative analysis over the coming year. I mean, to me, this is a great item. We've talked in the past about doing budget committees or otherwise, and I think part of our challenge here is community education and community understanding, and having more advocates who have an in-depth understanding of the mechanics of our budget and our revenues and our expenses. And so if you have a body of citizens who we have in place to look at important matters in a study capacity and bring back their findings, whether we have council or not on that board, to me, it seems like it gives us the time to take a longer look, allow those folks to elicit input from their friends and neighbors for the very reasons that we've talked about, using that mechanism to get ideas on potential ballot items. And to me, this is one of those that would make sense to have a subset of folks do some study on it. I know when we looked at this a couple of years ago, when we made the transition to add recycling, we had members of the Commerce City Citizens for Recycling come before us. And so I forget that some of those discussions preceded some members of this council, but we had extensive material presented to us through the Citizens for Recycling and through staff on the mechanics of pay-as-you-throw. So clear we need to step back, make sure that everybody has that same common baseline of understanding, and then think about what the right mechanism is to get community input on the idea, and then bring something forward. So given that we've got a budget discussion coming up very quickly, that isn't going to happen before then, but it does put us in a quandary on what happens to $2 million.
Mr. Mayor, Council, many points well made tonight. The discussion of solid waste is a necessity that we have as a city. There's a number of things I could get into and respond to, but in general, I think by and large, the discussion of what we want to do with solid waste and if we want to charge for it or not is really the primary question. And if that's next year, if that's 2 years, so be it. We'll do numerous public meetings, committees, every stakeholder that we can think of. If we know as staff that that is the end game, then we can do whatever it takes to get there and get you as much information as possible. We've had that direction in the past prior to the council that's seated now, where it was, we're going to approve this, and next year we're going to come back and we want to have, we're going to pay for trash. And then that year came and it was declined. So it was postponed to the next year. The same situation here. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of staff time and work that goes into it. We're not opposed to that type of work, but it would be very difficult to get to the end of a year and then have it punted again for another year. And I think that's the part where I'm, as Mr. McEldowney mentioned, it's been over budget years and over terms in council. So, a lot of information was presented at one time, and this council hasn't had the opportunity to see some of that on the recycling level. So if we decide to postpone it past this budget cycle, Councilman Moreno is correct. We can find the revenue. I think it's a challenge, but we can find it. The CI, you asked for what's going to go. Well, some of those CIPs that you saw on the list will go. So that's already evident. If there are other combinations, it's a finite pie. I don't want to get into other philosophical discussions of why certain purchases are made in capital expenditures and why there's other parts of the budget that are to remain separate. But basic thing is, if this council said, we want to charge for trash next year, then between now and next year's budget, we can go out and have numerous stakeholder meetings, numerous input, put some real meat on the bone per the request of council, and actually give you a package next year that clearly says it. We think that we have the information now, but that clearly is not the case, and we want you to feel correct and right in the decision you make. So we can try to put some information together between now and September 12th, but I'm pretty practical when it comes to these things, and to me, you're still a lot over the board, all over the board. So, coming back on the 12th, you may have some cohesion between now and then, but I'd rather have some direction to say, yeah, we think paying for trash is the end goal, or at least a budgetary decision to make, and then we can start to begin to look at that in a time frame that you direct us to do.
And that's part of the rub. When you go, it's $2 million to do this, and then you say, we'll find the money. At some point, we've got to bleed. At some point, that $2 million is going to come from someplace that's going to make a difference. And I think that's the point where we are right now. But the thing is, when you come and say, we'll find the money, that says there must be some fat out there somewhere. I don't think there is. But that's the impression I'm getting. If $2 million is just floating in our budget, fine, pay for trash. But if it's going to cost me trails or projects or parks or police, then it's got to stop someplace. And this thing about, well, if I don't throw any trash out, well, you're going to charge me. If I don't make phone calls because I'm on vacation, they still charge me. And as far as why did we buy a dog track, it's one-time money. We can't pay for projects like this that keep going on with one-time money. We learned our lesson. If it hadn't been for Mr. Tinklenberg and Mr. Flannery in the beginning saying, we're not doing that with homes anymore. We're not going to use that money as general fund. We would not be in as good a shape as we're in now through the worst economic times this country's seen. But I mean, something has to give. You can't come in here and have council tell you, yeah, we want to pay for trash, or we're going to pay for trash for another year, and you don't have a sore that's going to bleed.
I just said the CIP will be the sore.
And that's what we need to hear. That's $2 million of $3 million budget. That's what we've got to hear and say, okay, what's more important, getting some of these roads done or picking up their trash? It's got to be a reasonable decision. It can't just be, we'll find the money. Mr. McEldown.
I mean, some of the comments suggest that we haven't had this discussion for a long, long time. We had a long-range strategic financial plan meeting how long ago where we sat on the floor out here and we talked about any number of these items. We've had retreats where we've talked about these items. We had a budget retreat last year where we talked about these items. In Mr. Tinklenberg's update, he talked about moving these highly risky revenue streams out of the general fund. Well, you move them out of the general fund because you want to have a dedicated stream of funding to do those things that you need to do to operate your city. So you take things that are at risk. Well, why are they at risk? We've talked about this as well. You've got things that are outside of our control that are impacting the tax rolls at the state level. You've got assessments on property that are declining, and that's going to reduce the amount of funds that come into the county and in turn get passed through to us. So you take all those things that are at risk and variable out of the equation and you shore it up. They've told us time and again that you take those at-risk dollars and that's what you program toward capital projects. Well, that means that our capital projects pool is flexible, right? It's at risk. So we take this money and we put it back in, and that means that we have even less to work with on capital projects. And so our ability to achieve that $250 million in effort over the next cycle gets impacted. And so when do we stop and have the hard discussion about how we change the formula by which we operate our municipality? I feel like every year we get to the edge of that discussion and then we take the easy way out. So, that's fine. I would implore folks to take the items that we discuss and not just wait for staff to give you information about these things. Take 30 minutes and look up pay as you throw. Look up what other cities are doing. I mean, in the time that we're sitting here, in between my comments, I have probably 25 different links that show municipal examples of how they've introduced these programs to any number of other resources that don't take long to look up. They take a little longer to read through. So I feel like we're waiting for staff to give us, a package with a bow on it that says, here's option A, this is what we think you should do. Well, guess what? The hard thinking is on our shoulders. So we either deal with that and do some homework on ourselves and meet staff halfway, or we should be in another line of work.
Yep. Those of us who have been in business can look at it and say, when you have less than $2 million coming in and more than $2 million going out, how long are you going to keep that process? Ms. Teeter, you want to make a motion or start?
Well, I have two things. I agree with you, Mr. McEldowney. Back in 2004, we were talking about this when Mr. when Perry was the city manager. So, Mr. City Manager, what you're asking is a consensus and a direction, but you don't want us okay. Every year what we do is we say, do it next year, and then we'll stop it. I understand that. We're doing that. So in my motion, would you like it for me to say that I would like it to be paid by the city for 1 year? Is that what you're saying? And then start an educational process to the community that transitioning over to them paying it themselves? Is this what you're asking for?
There were a couple things I mentioned, and certainly if the consensus of council is to say, we feel that we can cover it 1 more year, but as part of this, in the next year, we want you as staff to go out and do community meetings and put together a proposal to begin charging for it in whatever way, phases, subsidies for poverty and low, whatever that turns out to be. So if that's your direction and the consensus of council, we'll follow that. I think, we have the September 12th retreat coming up. So if the consensus is not this year, then we will need to go back and look at that CIP list and find that money to fill that gap.
Then I would like to make that motion.
Mr. McEldowney?
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to that motion. Unfortunately, I wasn't here for 3 weeks due to work conflicts. Where did we net out on the stormwater item before I make my friendly amendment? Is that also one of the items for inclusion in our consideration this budget cycle?
Stormwater.
Our expectation is that would be a topic for further discussion on the 12th.
Okay. But has that been essentially considered at some level in the budget proposal, the rough numbers that are before us?
We have not anticipated stormwater utility revenue until 2013. There is some money in the budget for 2012 to fully design and implement the stormwater utility.
So here's my crazy amendment to Ms. Teeter's motion. I would suggest that for any of these potential fee-based changes to how we provide service, whether it be trash, the stormwater impact fee, and I think we had one other one that we've talked about, a municipal fee that could be levied to cover some other costs. I can't remember where that one nets out, but in simple terms, to me, these need to be handled as a package. They all would introduce a change to the community from how they've been used to doing business with us. They are necessary in order for us to shore up and firm up our revenue stream for the important things, the keeping the lights on, keeping the streets clear, et cetera. And we look at having staff come back with a plan, a high-level framework that shows a progressive deployment of these services beginning in some way in 2012 and showing some trajectory by which they are fully implemented, whether it be 2013 or 2014. I think if we look at them in a package, discussions like billing and collections take on a different character because all of a sudden now you're not talking about the cost to start up and support a billing function for one effort, but potentially multiple, or you find a different way to contract it or otherwise. But I guess the point is, bring it back and show it to us in context of how it might be deployed, how that would have a corresponding impact, as Mr. Natal suggested, on where that's going to hurt, right? So if we don't employ this plan until halfway through 2012, well, here's what it does to our CIPP budget in 2012. If we're fully operational with this in 2013, here's what it does to our amount available for capital projects, here's what it does to our general fund, and here's what we think the impact is going to be, or the exposure based on those revenues that are still at risk. And I know that's a lot of ramble, but does that make sense to staff before I try and restate that? Or do you want to try and restate it to me so that we can amend Ms. Teeter's motion?
As I understand the amendment, it would be to, throughout 2012, develop a full program for charging for refuse collection, implementing a fee for stormwater, designing those programs, the public outreach necessary to implement those programs. So the direction would be to begin that work so that those would be ready for 2013. Do I understand that?
Roughly, yes. I would say come back and tell us what would be viable to execute in 2012 versus begin to sort of look at in 2012 and execute in 2013. So does that make sense?
Yeah. A long amendment, but
I think it does.
It does make sense.
To some of,
in other words, rather than punt, we're telling staff to go do more homework and come up with a more finely grained plan that says, here's how we might execute fee-based services for trash and stormwater.
In 2013.
We can't, I don't think we've committed to, I think we've already said, council's not comfortable moving ahead with the $2 million sacrifice in the short term. So that means that it sounds like that's out for the discussion on the 12th when we come back for our retreat. And we're instead telling staff to get moving so that next time we come together on this, we make a decision.
Mr. McEldowney, I hate to interrupt. There's a whole lot of candidates sitting out there. I have no clue what they're going to feel like. And now we're going to sit up here, and I'm sure they're sitting there wondering, why are we going to put something here tonight that we're going to force them into that? We're not willing to do it, but we're bringing them in. I want an in-depth study of this. I don't want to be tied saying, well, J.D., you said last year when you did this in-depth study that when we brought it forward, you were going to support it. I'm sorry, I just can't. I do believe the citizens will get on board with this. I honestly do. What I don't believe they're going to get on board with is the money being put back in the general fund. Now, I do believe there is a huge issue out there with citizens of what am I going to get in a trade-off.
And I think it's this simple. You don't get roads, you don't get parks.
Well, I don't want to just set up here and do the threatening doom and gloom. We're going to shut your city down. You're not going to.
It's a simple
because you know
black and
what?
white
We've been
equation.
telling them all about
Okay,
this. We
one at a
haven't-
time.
No.
That's fine. That's fine. No commitment from council tonight, it sounds.
Okay. Mr. Benson?
Yeah, I would disagree that this should be a package deal because we got two different things. We got money being spent on a new stormwater facilities, right? What was that, $3 or $4 million?
That's correct.
And so we would charge for that. That's something new that you would be charging for. I'm going to use the toll road analogy. You build a new toll road that's never been free, you charge a toll for it. You come out here and you start trying to charge a toll on Highway 2, which is already there, you're going to create a big problem. And that's what we're doing with this trash pickup fee. We're trying to charge for something that people have had in the past for 27 years. These two things are not related. They should not go as a package. If something is new, we say to the people, if you want to get this done, then we have to increase your fees. But if it's something that's an existing service, no way. At least that's the way I feel about it. But do not package these things together. They're not related.
If I can just respond.
Go ahead, sir.
They're not related in the ways that you describe. You're absolutely correct, sir. They are related, however, as a resident, when I deal with a bill for a function, when I deal with a bill for a service. So if we're going to levy a fee to do something to a citizen, and we don't look at these in total or in combination, then the business case that we develop for providing one without regard for the other will be very different than if we were to look at them holistically and say, what does it look like to provide the services or the support for these services in a comprehensive way? It's a difference of opinion on how you look at it. At the end of the day, it has an impact on the cost of doing the thing. So,
Okay, Ms. Snyder.
I think instead of overcomplicating this with stormwater and a bunch of other things all of a sudden that are in it, that's kind of gotten this discussion off. I mean, I understand and recognize that those are discussions we're going to have, and I do understand that that's going to be a further discussion for us. I think we're overcomplicating where we need to be right now. So I'm going to ask the council if they agree to have a consensus just on the trash discussion only.
But what does that mean?
I'm thinking that the staff, if I understand correctly, City Manager Flannery and Mr. McBroom, you're asking just for a general consensus on whether we want to keep trash or start charging for trash. And I know this is not a final decision by any means, but I think you were looking for some general direction so you would know where to come to us on the 12th with some idea of what you're going to be bringing forward to us. I know you're not asking us for a final decision, but if I'm understanding you, I'm thinking you're asking for at least a general direction so you'll have an idea where to go for the budget retreat on the 12th. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I believe there's a motion and a second on the table that seems to go in a general direction, but I
think
yes,
that,
to answer your question, yes.
I think that Ms. Teeter made a motion, but then Mr. McEldowney.
and I'll withdraw the stormwater component of my second to Ms. Teeter's motion.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. T, and I forgot my motion. What did it include exactly, that we go?
Just to give
how did I word it
That
exactly?
staff come back on the 12th with a rough, a more detailed framework of what this proposal might look like if we carry it forward for us to consider at the budget retreat.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Mr.
moved.
Marino, did you want to second that?
I had the second on that, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, you had the second on that one? Okay. So I have a motion and a second for them to bring it back, and then I would assume it will show also where the $2 million would come from to pay for the trash. Now, Mr. Marino, did you have a discussion?
May I request a clarification of the motion at hand, please?
Do you want to clarify it, or?
It was just what Ms. Steve, it's been so long ago, I actually cannot remember, but it was what Ms. Stevens said just recently.
I think what it sounds like is come back to us on the 12th,
Right.
trying to keep trash, but showing us where the $2 million's coming from.
That's
That's not it?
not what I've heard.
Okay, then it's not. Ms. Teeter, back
All
to
right.
you.
Kathy, could you clarify your motion?
Okay, my motion was I wanted a consensus or a consensus on how staff feels that if we should have the citizens pay for trash for 2012.
Jason, is that what you were most seconding on?
That wasn't the earlier motion.
And with information coming back and how to educate the public and all this and that when the transition does take place.
Okay, I think what I heard originally, and what was a motion that you move forward for 2000, figuring out a plan for next year to be able to work the consumers paying for trash in 2013. So bringing back a budget that actually paid for trash for 2012, and then a plan to get it in place for 2013 is kind of what I interpreted your first motion to
Right.
be. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, Mr. McEldowney?
I'll second that. Again, just to clarify what that means, it means that we're also in that statement asking staff to come back and tell us what's going to not happen because we need to continue to fund the $2 million for trash in 2012.
Absolutely. Could be neighborhood outreaches.
Is that not what I said? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Marino, is the discussion?
No.
I have a motion and a second. Voice vote, okay, Ms. Stevens?
Yes, it is.
You want a roll call? Okay, request for a roll call. Ms. Bauer?
Let me see if I have a, spare one in my.
Can we just go down the line? Won't that
Yes,
be
we
easier?
can.
Let's just go down the line.
Yes, we can. Mr. Moreno?
Pass.
What is that?
You can pass and then go down and then come back. Is that correct?
No, I didn't take it as a pass. I took it as an abstain, but I can pass.
I'm sorry. If that's the case, then I will, yes.
Mr. Benson?
No, and I can explain that because it sounds like we're trying to obligate this council or...
Excuse me, Mr.
Okay,
Benson, if
then
I
no,
can finish with the
no.
roll call vote, and then you can explain your vote when I'm done?
No.
That would be, okay, thank you. Ms. Carson?
No.
Thank you. Ms. Snyder?
No.
I don't get it.
Ms. Teeter?
Yes.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. McElhenney?
I can vote no, even though I seconded the item, correct? Then I'm going to vote no, because I'm
Okay.
interested to hear why others have voted no.
Okay, that's fine. Mayor Natal?
Yes.
There are 4 ayes and 4 nays. It's a tie vote. So the motion fails. So those that voted no may explain their votes at this time.
Okay.
No. You were first on the list, but... I was a yes. I know. Okay. Mr. Benson? Mr. Benson?
Yes. It seems to me like this would, we're saying that we are going to start charging for this after 2012. At least there's some implication there, and I don't want there to be any implication. I think this is something that needs to be looked at on a year-by-year basis to see what our situation is. What if we have another 10 million in one-time income? What if the economy changes and we have plenty of money? Why should we feel ourselves obligated to start charging for trash pickup if things turn around? I don't think we should ever charge for trash pickup, and I don't want to give any implication that I voted for that.
Ms. Carson?
I voted no because I felt like it was an obligation, once again, without a plan. I don't mind being obligated to something when I know what I'm doing. I am a believer that we will someday have to charge for trash. But I am somebody who, I am just not going to commit to something that I don't know what we're committing to. I know that we have in this city a lot of schools with free and reduced lunch. I know we have lots of reduced fees for children's programs. I just need more information of how we go forward in a city when I know all of that is taking place, north and south. I don't know how we charge for this. To me, if we're only going to collect back half of what it was because we're going to be charged $600,000 to bill, then we're going to be charged for collections if these people don't pay their bills. Then, you know, that's a whole different thing. I think this council would look at it differently if it was, well, you're only going to get half of it back, and somebody else is now going to be enhancing their business by $750,000 or $1 million. I do know it would be looked at differently. So like I said, I have no problem with an in-depth study, and I am a believer that this will have to come to an end someday. But I just can't support and say that I'm going to obligate the people out in this audience that are running for these seats to something that there is no plan yet.
Ms. Snyder?
Yes, I think I've stated my reasons earlier why I cannot support this, so I don't want to belabor the point too much, but I just have real problems with the fact that I just don't think that, like I said before, we didn't do this in the best of times when things were really going well. I don't understand why we would do it in the worst of times. I'm very concerned about how this would affect the citizens. I'm concerned about how this is going to affect neighborhood services. I'm concerned about a lot of things, but most importantly, I'm concerned about taking food off people's tables. I just can't feel good about doing that. We debruced with the promise that we would continue to pick up, or that we would offer free trash, we would give free trash. That's another component to all of it. I just don't think that this is the right thing to do.
Mr. McEldowney?
So if I recall, the actual motion made and the vote taken was not a commitment to enact pay-as-you-throw. It was a request for staff to bring forward an intensive study with community engagement beginning in the year 2012, meaning that there was no commitment beyond that. It was dependent on a plan. We were accepting the fact that $2 million was going to have to be accounted for to shore up the general fund, and I believe that was a motion that was made based on input from everybody up here, and so we just had 3 people vote against that rather than, and myself, because I didn't want it to pass without you understanding that you just voted.
No, he's not.
No, I think the other members that voted yes had a grasp of that.
Oh, then why did you vote no?
Because I didn't want to vote yes
Ms. Teeter's
and have
motion was
you
that
three.
we would go with an in-depth study with the commitment that we would start charging. That is what the motion was.
The objective being at some point we start charging, and I heard you suggest that you are fully on board with it. Someday we're going to have to start charging. We have to put a stake in the ground, get the work done to analyze what this thing could look like, and go forward.
Okay. Mr. McEldowney, can you change your vote?
If the clerk is amenable to that.
You'd have to do you'd have to do another motion because that motion failed. The other thing, just as a point of clarification, as a council, you can't bind a future council. So the motion truly is this idea of you're going to come back on the 12th with a plan on how to cover those fees in 2012, and then plan for a rollout in 2013, at least create some sort of plan on how it would be implemented in 2013, but not that it would necessarily have to be implemented, right? It's just for planning purposes.
Correct. I would move that we re-vote on the matter as restated by the city attorney.
Do I have a second?
Second the motion?
Motion and a second. Request a roll call vote, please. Oh, never mind. No.
Mr. Moreno?
Yes.
Mr. Benson?
No.
Ms. Carson?
No.
Ms. Snyder?
No.
Ms. Teeter?
Yes?
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. McEldowney?
Yes.
Mayor Natal?
Yes. Thank you. Votes 5-3. Motion passes.
Mr. Mayor, before we move to administrative council business, may I request a 5-minute recess?
Sure. I just want to check, make sure that that was the last item. Mr. Flannery? That is correct? Okay. I'm showing 10:16. How much time you want?
5 minutes.
Let's make it be back here at 22, 6 minutes.
Thanks.
to their seats so we can get started.
Within that neighborhood, business owner or resident, we really don't have a right to say anything. So I don't know if that same.
My wife they had to
So, I mean,
jump her
you guys
to get her
vote
home.
for
Yeah,
it.
so I'll have to go out and buy a new battery tomorrow.
But how many of those did you consider?
Which means,
legislature you can pass.
I can pass, what, oh, but you can pass your vote?
okay, we're going to be to administrative council business. Mr. Moreno, why don't we start with you? Or, wait a minute, never mind. We're administrative council business. This is not reports. Mr. Flannery, did you have anything in that particular section tonight? Okay. Did anybody have anything in that particular section tonight?
I do.
Mr. Moreno.
So it's no surprise. I think.
Oops, sorry. The decision came by the Adams County Planning Commissioners, I think, as a shock to everyone that was present at that meeting. I would like to direct staff, in particular our legal department, to look into relevant case law in a situation such as this, where a medical waste or some other undesirable business of some sort has located within the growth boundary of a city, and what recourse that city does have in that situation. I guess I'll leave my motion at that.
Does anybody have a challenge with that? Okay, do we need a motion and an approval, or can we, since no one has it, then, Mr. Moreno, I would say that's fine. We don't need it. Let's not get into all this vote stuff.
I mean, so.
You okay with that, Mr. Flannery? I think what he said is pretty self-explanatory.
Great, yeah. I mean, I think Mr. Leffel had a good suggestion in the beginning about an ordinance passed by the city council, and I'm not opposed to staff also looking at that, but I do agree with Ms. Stevens that we don't really have a lot of legal authority in terms of zoning in the county because we are a city council. But I would ask that staff do research the legal question and any recourse that the city might have in order to step in on behalf of some of the residents in that area.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay. Mr. McEldowney, to you.
I had a comment. I actually was in queue for an administrative business item as well, but wanted to add a comment to Mr. Moreno's. I would absolutely support Mr. Moreno's comment. I would also suggest, I think we've already written a letter initially to the Planning Commission. Have we written one to the commissioners themselves yet on this? If not, I would suggest that we write a new letter citing our shock at the results of the Planning Commission findings, citing the number of folks that provided testimony on the matter and the Commission's apparent total disregard for that commentary. And just, I mean, I would say that we want to word it as strongly as possible, our shock at this and our hope that they see their way to perhaps going against the findings of their Planning Commission.
Good.
If council
Anybody have
supports
a
that,
challenge
would
with
that
such
be
a letter?
fair?
Okay. Sir? Excellent. Ms. Snyder, do you have a comment? Because Mr. McEldowney has something on administrative, but do you have a comment
No,
on
I
this
just
one or a
wanted
new item?
to agree wholeheartedly 100% with that. Thank you.
Okay. Now back to Mr. McEldowney for an additional item.
Thank you. On Tuesday, the 27J School Board took commentary from parents and others at their school board meeting on Tuesday evening regarding a consideration item that was on their agenda that night for placing a mill levy override on the November ballot. You've heard several of us talk before about the concern we have with the state of finances in the district in 27J at present. $53 per student is the current amount secured through mill levy overrides over and above the funding that the district receives from the state. Rough numbers, call it $12 or $13 million that the district is no longer taking in due to changes in how funding is allocated to the district. Everybody's aware of the budget discussions that took place in the state last year. There's only an anticipation that that funding is going to continue to decline once the assessments come due and the next tax bills are paid in. The bottom line is there was a great amount of support that came out to speak for the matter and encourage the board members to vote to put that item to the voters in November. I would just encourage or ask this council support that we have staff draft a letter, a letter to the board thanking them for putting this matter to the voters this November, and B, drafting a resolution of support that we can vote on in the month of September. I believe we're slated to have the folks from 27J come back in the month of September, and it would be great if we could coordinate that resolution with their presentation that night. I would just also encourage folks to talk to your neighbors, talk to your neighbors, talk to your neighbors, and get them aware and tuned into to this matter, and encourage them to vote. So if council supports that, I would seek your support to.
Does anybody
direct
have a
staff accordingly.
challenge with Mr. McEldowney's suggestion, Mr. Benson?
My button is pushed for another matter.
Okay. If there be no challenge, Mr. Flannery, can you handle that? Okay. Mr. McEldowney, anything else? Mr. Benson?
Mr. Mayor, real quick.
Oops, I'm sorry.
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Flannery?
I apologize. I was trying to get, I knew that we have 27J coming before the council for a presentation on September 26th. So that ties into the discussion, but I couldn't remember what date they were coming.
Okay. But the letter will be out before then?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. We're going to put all that together beforehand, but we wanted them to come in and make a presentation as well
Okay.
to the council.
That would be great. Thank you.
Mr. Benson, back to you.
Yes, Mr. Flannery, did you get a copy of that DRCOG resolution?
Yes, sir, I did, and I've passed it on to Mr. Aker and Mr. McBroom to begin to draft the resolution to put it before the council.
Because we need to, they've asked that it be back to DRCOG before September 22nd, which I think is our next, that's a Wednesday. No, it's not.
We have it scheduled before council September 19th.
Okay, good. All right, thank you.
You bet.
That's all I had for administrative business.
I have one thing. I know that we are planning to do some kind of a presentation to the council that's leaving. I want to make sure that Councilman Johnson is included in all of those. I've also heard a date that is after the election. I would like to suggest that that not take place then. If we can move it to October 24th, it would be a perfect time because we're doing the final budget that night, and it would be a good lead-in for time well spent. My concern is that if we do this after the election, that similar to what happened last time happens again, where the new council takes over and the old council gets, as somebody told me not too long ago, kicked to the curb. Where on the 24th we would still be here. Does anybody on council have a challenge with that? And Mr. Flannery, is that any challenge to you?
I believe we have a number of ideas for that, so where it falls in the calendar shouldn't matter, but
Okay.
I'll be checking on that. But
Terrific. Anybody on council have a challenge with that? I didn't think so. Thank you. That would be administrative business. Now we'll go to reports. Mr. Flannery, look, I remembered you.
How many meetings left?
My mayor pro tem said I am not supposed to be
Okay.
saying that.
I won't ask then.
But it's very few.
Just a reminder, I know that some of you are going to probably bring it up anyway, but tomorrow morning, 6:30, well, I guess donut drive-through on 104th is the best way to describe it. And then we'll be having the groundbreaking at 9 on site. So that's tomorrow.
104th and Tower.
104th and Tower,
Chambers.
yeah.
Don't go to Tower.
Chambers, yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You got me going there. Also, September 9th, we have a business appreciation in the council chambers from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m.
Yep.
That's it.
Wonderful. Ms. Stevens.
Mr. Flannery threatened to break my arm if I had any more to say tonight.
Does that work? Could you threaten the council at the same thing? Mr. McEldowney, it's good to have you back. And condolences on a loss of a family member. Any reports?
It was all school board related for this past week.
Okay. Mr. Diaz. Ms. Teeter.
Just one thing, fortunately, I attended the ACED E470 Economic Development presentation where Brittany did a fabulous job. I don't know if she's still here, but I've already shared that with her. Thanks.
Okay. First or last? Ms. Snyder.
Yes, real quickly, I just wanted to congratulate all of the employees for all of their years of service and their hard work. Thanks.
Ms. Carson. Yes, you did it. Mr. Benson.
Last Thursday, I also attended that E470 symposium. It was economic development, I guess, along E470. That's going to happen at some point, and it's going to be a great thing to have some economic development along that. Unfortunately, we have at least 5 miles of E470 that are actually within the city. We have another 5 miles where where our boundary is about maybe less than a quarter of a mile to the west of E470. I don't know why we didn't, anyway. But we've only got officially 5 miles, but probably more like 10 miles next to E470. So that'll be a great thing for our economic development when we can get something going at that location. Also, that evening of the 24th, I went to the Reapportionment Commission meeting out at the Dome in Adams County, and I think there were probably 4 or 5 people from our area who spoke in front of that commission. And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, everybody was pretty well satisfied with the boundaries that have been drawn for House District 32 and Senate District 17. We're losing Mary Hodge as our state senator, and it looked to me like the only incorporated city within either one of those 2 districts would be Commerce City. We'll be the only city in House District 32 or Senate District 16. So I think that's a good thing. Also, on the 25th, the next day, we had an E470 meeting. We looked at 20 different construction projects that have been proposed for E470. And I asked the question, how many of these construction projects are the subject of a written binding contract? And there was only one, and that's the off-ramp from southbound Tower onto westbound Pena. So, and I know that tomorrow, Mr. Cordero and Mr. McBroom, are you, Brian, are you going to that meeting? We're meeting with E470 tomorrow to go over that, to make sure that we get that matter finalized, and we're going to have budget discussions at E470 over the next couple of months, just to make sure we get that as a funded item somewhere in the budget, hopefully for 2012, 2013, so we can get going on that project. I also went to the hearing on the medical waste facility over at the new Adams County building, and I wasn't there to hear the final vote. I guess it was a 4-3 vote. Everybody that I heard was very much against it. It is sort of inconceivable that commission could vote the way that they did. It's still coming up on September the 12th before the Adams County Commissioners. So who knows how that vote will come out, but I think that people in our community are doing everything that they can to voice their opinion on that issue. As Mr. Flannery pointed out, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we've got the formal groundbreaking for the King Soopers at 104th and Chambers, and the donut drive-through from 6:30 to 8:30. And also, tomorrow evening, I'm having a special Ward 2 meeting at the Reunion Rec Center, where we're going to have some representatives of King Soopers there tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. at the Reunion Rec Center. So everybody's there if you want to talk to the people from King Soopers and find out everything there is to know about this new store. Please come out and join us tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. And that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Flannery, did you help set that up? the meeting with King Soopers reps?
I'm sorry?
Did anybody from your staff help set that up with King Soopers reps?
I don't know.
Mr. Benson? Did anybody from staff help you set that up, or was this done all by yourself?
No, Michelle Halstead did.
Okay.
I sent out a robocall all by myself.
Okay.
And I paid for it all by myself.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Mr. Marino?
No report other than earlier I couldn't help but notice our city council candidates clustered near the door, probably preparing to run after the meeting tonight. But I do congratulate you for being on the ballot and wish you all the best of luck.
Mr. McEldowney?
I had a lighthearted update. Mr. Diaz gets the award for Best Observer. We've all been sitting on this dais for how long now and not noticed that Mr. Flannery's name tag is spelled wrong. His name tag says Jerry Flanny. Really?
Wow.
And I don't think we've changed these in a long time, so hats off to Mr.
I've
Diaz.
certainly been called worse.
Wow. Employee barbecue was wonderful, and there were a few of us there. And then the reapportionment, and also we had a big concert here, which I didn't see anything in the newspaper because they were well behaved and it was clean and it went well. So naturally, post it and put anything out. That's all I have for tonight. But don't anybody even think about leaving. If there be no further business to come before this council, meeting will be adjourned. We'll go into the GID, and Ms. Bauer, whenever you are ready, you let us know. I don't have that answer. That's something for Mr. Yeah, we need to ask that, though. That needs to be asked, because that's against our, to have staff working on something without council approval. Life's tough. You want to swap your flat tire for my wife's dead battery? We'd have one car running then. Yeah, what the heck? Here, well, I can give you. Commerce City Northern Infrastructure General Improvement District meeting of August 29, 2011 will now come to order. Will the city clerk please call the roll? Here.
Snyder?
Here.
Benson?
Here.
Carson?
Here.
Diaz?
Here.
McEldowney?
Here.
Moreno? Teeter?
Here?
Bullock? Sir, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Mr. Flannery, would you invite staff to come forward and begin the presentation?
Yes, sir. I'd like to introduce Roger Tinklenberg, Chief Financial Officer.
Gee, we haven't seen you in a while.
I know absence makes the heart grow fonder, so I know you're thoroughly sick of me. This will be very brief, I promise. I can't guarantee how long your comments will be, however.
No one can.
Oh, man, I've got hours.
It'll take me as long to tell you what we're going to talk about as to talk about it. So basically, revenues in light of the economy, you all know the economic situation. However, we continue to see some growth in the assessed value of the General Improvement District for the simple reason that there continues to be some construction that is ongoing. All of the GID revenues go to paying debt service, or the remainder, after some small costs of administrative services, go to the fund balance. So I'll talk about the proposed expenditures and the mill levy. Revenues are estimated to be $5.5 million, almost $5.6 million. The expenditures are for 3 debt issues. The O2 refinance debt, that will take $538,000, almost $539,000. The 06 debt issue, that'll take $2.266 million, and then the 08 debt will take $1,955,000. Administrative expenditures are $87,100. The majority of that is the tax collection fee charged by the county. That's $70,000 of that $87,000. And then the remainder would be transferred to fund balance, $738,000, for a total of $5,586,000. In terms of what's next, we're proposing to remain with variable rate debt. If you recall, there was a discussion earlier in the year about whether we should fix the debt rate, go to a fixed rate, interest rate on the debt, or remain with variable rate. In light of where the interest rates are, we're recommending that we stay with the variable rate debt. Now, that does expose us to some risk. That risk is that interest rates could climb. If you recall, in 2008, they temporarily spiked over 8%. However, that was just in 1 week. The following week, it dropped back down to like 5%. Then it dropped even further. And currently, we're paying approximately 1/4% interest. Now, I'll come back to that in terms of the mill levy in just a second, what that implication is. But so on the 12th, when we discuss the preliminary budget, then we'll use your comments to refine the actual proposed budget, which is then brought to you on October 10, and then you have the first public hearing on October 17, continue it to October 24, at which time you'd close the hearing and act on the budget and certify the mill levy. The mill levy, we're recommending to remain at 27 mills, and the reason for that is because of the interest rate risk, and also if we need, when we fix that rate, and if we need to fix that soon, then at that point, we're going to need all 27 mills to be able to pay for that 4% to 5% interest rate that that currently is out there in terms of fixed rate debt. So we're benefiting from having a variable rate debt right now, and that goes to fund balance. Currently, that fund balance will help finish off Phase 3B of 104th Avenue. There is not adequate revenue to pay for 3C. 3B is the project that goes basically from the railroad tracks near Highway 85 back east to approximately the O'Brien Canal. And so it's to finish that phase. That's 3B. 3C would take it west from Highway 85 to Brighton Boulevard, and there's not funds available to do that. Excuse me. So the fund balance that has been built up due to this low interest rate is actually helping us finish off a portion of 104th Avenue. And so that's why, the money's being put to good use. It's for the project that it was originally intended for. However, I would recommend leaving the mill levy at 27 mills because of the risk in terms of a higher interest rate. So that concludes my comments.
Mr. Benson?
Yes, Mr. Tinklenberg, I note that you say that the GID budget is proposed to increase 2.3% over the 2011 budget due to modest growth in the assessed valuation within the district. Now, that is really good, I think. Do you know what percentage of growth that would be?
Well, the growth, as I mentioned, is due to ongoing construction, and so that 2% growth is based on that growth in construction.
The 2.3.
Yeah, that's the net.
Okay.
Realizing that some valuations go down, and then we have additional growth that offsets that.
Okay, well, thank you. It's good news, I think, to me. But
Thank you very much. I don't see any further items. And Mr. Flannery, on to the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. The next item is the discussion and direction regarding the temporary water service to the Singh Temple that was mentioned tonight as part of the citizens' communication. One of the things I wanted to mention tonight is that this item is not simple. I think there was a comment made earlier that it was a non-complicated type issue. I wish it was simple. There's a lot of agreements, there's a lot of overlapping jurisdiction here, specifically a request to extend jurisdiction into an area of the county that is actually in one jurisdiction, Brighton's growth area, but the only utility and the only city that can provide service is that of Commerce City. You all received an email from the city attorney, Bob Gaylor, last week indicating some of the issues with this. I'm going to have Mr. Aker go into a little bit more in depth, but one thing I wanted to mention to you is that we're very concerned with the well-being of this population and the situation that they find themselves in. They've located in a rural part of the county. Went through a process that they needed to depend on. Everybody talks about government and why they criticize government, but government regulation is there for a reason, for the safety and well-being of the people. And so when that fails, when the government fails a population, as in this case, then they find themselves in a situation where they're looking for help, and many of the jurisdictions have difficulty with the agreements that we have in place. One of the things that's been very solid for Commerce City are the water agreements that we have with the Water District, and they're great partners. We have many conversations with our partners to the north in Brighton. I think I've seen a lot of coming together of these entities in the last few years, and a lot more coordination. And so there's been a lot of positive relationships there. However, during the time that I've been here, there have been significant lines drawn in certain situations where we did not know what was going on the other side of a water deal. But we drew the line because we knew what the process was. And that process was, we have bona fide agreements that are tried and true through time and through a lot of professional review and a lot of attorneys' time. So when you go through this process to make a quick decision without the thorough evaluation, just as your discussion tonight in the solid waste discussion, you can't make a quick decision. Sometimes legally you can't make one. But also you need to understand what potential precedents it might set, what other ramifications might occur from that. We have outreached to the City of Brighton, we've outreached to South Adams Water, have had very, very positive discussions in trying to address the solution. The timing of it is probably slower than any of us want, certainly slower than the Singh population out in the temple, because their situation is almost unbearable. But we are working towards that end, and I think Mr. Aker is going to tell you that we have a meeting scheduled with the City of Brighton in 2 weeks. We have, the Water District asked for the cities to sign off a letter of approval, and that's our full intent. We're moving in that direction with the specific intent to get that done. And we want to do it in a way that's sound from a business standpoint, that keeps our taxpayers protected from over an extension in some type of legal issue that we don't know about without a proper evaluation. And with that, I'll give it to Mr. Aker.
Can I just make a comment before that?
Go ahead, Mr. Benson.
Thank you. I just want everyone to keep in mind that the only thing that's being asked for here, and you're right, it is a complicated issue if you're trying to work out final agreements that's going to take care of every issue. But the issue here tonight, as I understand it, according to South Adams County Water and Sanitation District, or Jim Jones, who summarized the meeting that they had on August the 12th, this is only, he says the temporary water service is only for a 2-year period and is intended to help the temple with their current water quality problems. It's the intent of the district that during the 2-year period, temple representatives will be able to work through their water and sewer service issues and determine an appropriate long-term solution to those needs. So we're not trying to reach a final solution in this matter. We're just trying to get a statement of no opposition to providing the water for a 2-year period, during which time all of these things can be worked out. That's all that they're asking for here.
No.
I just want to make that clear.
That's what they're asking for, but this council has not made that decision.
Well, I'm not trying to speak for the council, sir. I'm trying to tell the council what they want.
Yes,
Because
what they want.
they don't want a final solution right now. It can't be done right now. I understand that. But they've got a problem out there with contaminated water.
Okay.
And all they want, and it's been approved by everybody, like you say, they're on board with it. It's only a 2-year temporary solution. If they don't have everything worked out in 2 years, the water can be cut off. They've agreed to that.
Can
They're
we
gonna
allow
pay
Mr. Aker
all
to
of these
provide an
services.
update?
Yeah. Please.
With all due respect, sir, if we can have Mr. Aker make his update, then we can weigh
Excuse
in
me,
with
Mr.
our
McElveen.
observations.
I still.
We're waiting for Mr. Aker
Can
to
you-
give us facts. I didn't know you
Do
were
you
a
understand that
delegate.
we're operating under Robert's Rules of Order?
I do, sir.
And that you're not supposed to interrupt unless you're interrupting with a question?
And I have a question as to why you're presenting on behalf of the Sikh temple as opposed to sitting and waiting for staff to present an update to us.
I'm sorry?
I'm asking why you're presenting the position of the Sikh temple versus allowing Mr. Aker to speak to the
Because I
council
want the
as a
council
whole.
to be aware of all the issues.
Then
and
let's let
exactly
Mr.
what is being
Aker
sought,
speak.
Because from what Mr. Flannery said, I kind of got the idea that the city is trying to work this out on some permanent solution, and that's not what they're after here tonight.
I'm quite
We
sure
don't,
that
we don't
we'll
have to
hear.
arrive at some permanent solution.
Nobody's doing that, Mr. Benz.
Mr. Aker, can we go to you, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chairperson and members of the board. The Sikh, if you'll recall, we gave a update about October of last year on the Sikh temple. And at that time, the representatives were seeking water and wastewater service as well. And the recommendation, and which staff recommended, and the GID board and council agreed with, was not to annex, because they were asking us to annex that property as well. Mainly because we cannot annex that property at this time, for a couple of reasons, as the executive director mentioned, is our agreement with the city of Brighton. And I attached, as part of the exhibits to my council communication, the intergovernmental agreement with Brighton. And in that agreement on page 3, it says Commerce City shall not annex lands lying north of the annexation boundary. In part of those discussions, then Mr. Flannery and I had discussions with the Sikh temple and with South Adams County and Brighton. And the recommendation was, if you can get, and I'm just providing a little bit of background in history, if you can get Brighton to agree that we can annex, then we'll start working towards that. That was not obtained. South Adams County had also recommended that they continue to try to work out their water supply issues, their water quality issues, and go with, I think at that time it was suggested, a reverse osmosis system to treat their water. Prior to that, South Adams County had had a request from the Sikh temple for fire protection. South Adams County allowed that. They consulted with the city. We agreed that that would not be any violation of agreements, largely because fire protection is water that's rarely used. And the Sikh temple was able to do that, and it saved them money. They didn't have to put in a tank to provide water for fire protection like they thought they might have to in the future. In the last several weeks, the Sikh temple has talked with the city and with South Adams County and Brighton about their water quality issues. And as the executive director, Mr. Flannery, alluded to, we've been working with Brighton. We sympathize with them. We want to continue to work with them to come up with a solution. As he mentioned, we do have a process. And that process is, and we've started that with Brighton, is to amend our agreement, bring it back to City Council, and come up with a solution that would allow us to annex that property and give them service. As Board Member Benson had mentioned, right now they're looking for temporary service. As we all are aware, temporary service can very easily turn into permanent service. So we're trying to be prepared for when that should happen. They are currently able to supply their water needs by trucking water in. They've selected or chosen to truck water in from Arvada. They are paying for that water, as the representatives mentioned, to the tune of several $1,000s a month. They would also have to pay water that they get from South Adams as well. It has also been asked, and I wanted to point out, or included in the agreements, is our agreement with South Adams County regarding the GID lines. Those lines were paid for by the City of Commerce City. Commerce City has agreements with South Adams County where services will not be provided through those facilities unless those properties are annexed into Commerce City, have joined the GID, and have also been included in the water district. We've had off and ongoing conversations with the Sikhs and the members of the temple, and have communicated to them our desire to come up with a solution. It could include a letter from the GID board through staff where we would not oppose the temporary service. However, with our partners in Brighton, they've indicated that they would like to see our agreements amended first before they will sign off on that letter. We want to support our partners in Brighton. In doing so, staff's recommendation to move this forward, and I've discussed this with the representatives of the Seam Temple, is to allow us to continue to move forward on the agreements and get that amended. And then once that is complete, put a letter together which would authorize or not oppose the temporary service, but we've got some conditions that staff is working with South Adams County and our water attorney that we would like to see as well as a part of that letter. And with that, I can offer or try to answer any questions.
Ms. Teeter?
Good evening. So what you're saying, that first they need to be annexed into Commerce City and join the GID, is that correct? Before we can do this legally?
If it is to become a permanent solution, which all indications are that that is likely what will probably occur after 2 years.
Okay, and you want the city to be allowed to move forward with the agreements. How long are you estimating this to take? Because they'll have to keep trucking the water in, just wondering.
I am guessing it can be done in the near future. I'd hate to say a time frame. I can tell you we're motivated as a city with my discussions with the general manager, or the executive director, Mr. Flannery. We want to continue to move this forward, and as Brighton is meeting this week, we're going to be looking at language ourselves so that when we meet on, I believe it's been set for the 14th of September, we can have a good discussion, and then in the near future, soon after that, bring it to our respective councils.
Mr. President, is it right, Mr. Chairman, and Board Member Teeter, let me be clearer than Mr. Aker just mentioned. Within that 2-year time frame, the goal would be to get the annexation. The time frame as far as getting this agreement solidified, I think we can come to some solution within the month of September and get it before our respective bodies so that we can have action on it. And that would enable that extension of that service to be provided, but then within that 2-year time frame, a number of these things would have to take place.
Okay, so when would they get the water after the agreement?
We need an agreement to make that happen, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Marino?
Mr. Aker, I understand that what's being requested right now is not annexation. They're not requesting annexation right now. If that was to occur in the future, the annexation agreement with Brighton would have to be amended, correct?
That is correct, and that's what we're working towards currently, to be in advance of that before the annexation question comes up again.
And you mentioned that water service is currently provided in terms of sprinkler fittings, correct? And from South Adams.
The water that is being provided to South Adams is through a fire service line. That is not, it's potable water, but yet it is not, it does have some nuances to it that they'd have to take care of. The water that they are currently receiving or using is being hauled in, I believe, from Arvada.
Right. So in terms of actually using it for their water needs, would that fire service line then not meet the capacity that they need for water?
My understanding in discussions with staff at the Water District and our water attorney is that fire line is larger than the capacity, and that also creates some problems with the fact that it's dead end. The ultimate solution would be, and the best solution from a quality standpoint and a life safety standpoint, would be to have a separate line run.
Thank you.
Mr. Benson?
Yes, I just want to go over some things that it's my understanding. Maybe you have some different facts, I don't know. I think that they understood that they were within the Brighton urban growth area. And they went to Brighton and asked for water. They were told by Brighton that it would be 40 years before Brighton could provide them with water. Is that your understanding?
I don't know if Brighton included a time frame, but Brighton did say that they're within the urban growth area. It's within their annexation area, I believe, back last year.
Right.
And they do not have plans to provide service in the near future.
Right. And there's no question that it is in Brighton's urban growth area. And I'm thinking that for us to count on being able to annex this property, which means getting Brighton's permission to annex part of their urban growth area, that's not going to happen. And I hope that this decision is not going to be made based on somebody thinking that we're going to annex this property, because I really think that that is a far-fetched thing. It might, maybe in 2 years, this agreement would give everybody 2 years to try to work that out, but that's not going to be worked out anytime soon.
We've had the conversation with the city of Brighton, and they are willing to do that. They are willing to let us annex that.
I've had a conversation too, and I hope you're right.
They've point blank told us so. That's the intent of the discussion that we're having in 2 weeks.
You think that Brighton is going to let us annex part of their urban growth area?
They've said it point blank to us, yes.
Maybe we're talking to different people over there. I don't know. Are you talking to the city manager?
I'm talking to the city manager, the utility director, and everybody. And
Okay.
they have specifically mentioned that they've had conversations with their mayor.
And of course, if it is within the city of Commerce City, if it's annexed, then there's no problem with providing them with service, right?
That is correct.
That's right away. So what is your time frame for that? But again, that would be a permanent solution, and that would be great. But right now, we're just talking about a 2-year temporary solution, as was outlined in Jim Jones's email dated August the 12th. That's
We
all.
are, Mr. Mayor, or Mr. Chairman and board members, we are looking at a keystone element of our water agreement, a keystone element that basically is the foundation for how we deal with water in this region. And we need to evaluate it properly to make a decision to go forward. We can't just say somebody's in need and we're going to just throw that out the window.
Well, let me ask the city attorney, who are the parties to this this agreement?
The intergovernmental agreement requiring the annexation is between the GID and South Adams County Water Sanitation District.
It's between the Northern Infrastructure GID and the SAC-WSD.
Yes.
Are there any intended third-party beneficiaries to that agreement?
I can't say that I've seen that agreement up close and personal, but most of the time our agreements indicate that there's no third-party beneficiaries.
The what?
Most of our contracts indicate that there's no third-party beneficiaries. I don't
Right.
know, I haven't reviewed that contract in depth, so I don't
Okay.
know that for sure, but normally we have that.
But in that event, the parties, there's only two parties here, the parties can agree between themselves to modify that agreement any way that they want. Maybe a one-time modification or a permanent modification. Can't the parties to a contract always do that?
Well, yes.
Unless there's
but,
some-
But let me explain as well. You could do a one-time modification on a contract basis, right? If we're strictly talking contract law, yes, the parties amongst themselves can agree to modify the agreement and do different things, right? But as a governmental entity, you're also subject to certain constitutional provisions, right? And so one of those that come up when I'm thinking about this is equal protection. If you make the change for one, how do you distinguish if somebody similarly situated comes up and you don't make it for them? Then you get into this whole idea of equal protection and those kinds of things.
No question about that, but if someone comes up with a health, safety issue where they require water in the future, I would hope that we would be able to treat them the same way, equally protected. No question about that. I don't know why we wouldn't. If it's a health and safety issue, people drinking contaminated water. That's what the issue's all about here. They tried. They drilled a well, and this is just. Correct me if I'm wrong about this. This is just what I've been told. They drilled a well. The well tested positive for a lot of fluoride, and so I think they were told that they had to get a reverse osmosis system. So they did, but there's so much fluoride that it costs them maybe $500 to $1,000 a day just to change the filters, because reverse osmosis filters out impurities. So that became intolerable for them. They started trucking in the water from Arvada, and the trucked in water is how the contamination got in their water pipes to begin with. At least they can't find any other cause of that. And now they're just trying to find a clean source of water to tide them over for 2 years, during which all of this complicated matter can be worked out. That's it.
If I could add some understanding from the staff perspective. A couple of things. One, as you're doing due diligence to buy a piece of property and build a building, you could drill test holes and test water and find out in the beginning, before you select a site, if that water's got an issue or not. That comes from personal experience and what I used to do as a background. The other thought is they were suggest they put a reverse osmosis system in. In our discussions with both South Adams and Brighton, we're not 100% sure that that is the system that they installed. In talking with the water district, there is some thought that they may have put an ionization system in of some sort, not a reverse osmosis. So we haven't confirmed that the reverse osmosis was actually installed or not. That would be something we'd like to find out. They've also got, it is where the contamination was found was at the kitchen sink. That could be due to some mishandling there at the kitchen sink as well. I don't know if it's conclusive, if it's from the trucking of the water or not. I have not seen any data since then on the E. coli problem, and they do have an alternative source of water until we get this fixed.
I asked a question. You and I talked the other day, and you mentioned the ionization process as opposed to reverse osmosis, and I was specifically told that it was reverse osmosis. So maybe if that's a question, somebody can go out there and have that confirmed. But that's all I have. I mean, there really isn't anything
Ms.
else
Carson?
to say at this point.
I think it's a touchy subject because when people want services, they want services. And what I heard in a nutshell is we needed an agreement to break agreements. And those agreements were put in place with good intentions, good beliefs. One is that it's got to be annexed, that I heard. Those lines would be used only for Commerce City. They are 100% in Brighton's growth area. So if we provide that service and we annex it, and we never annex another piece of property around there, forever now we have to provide services to something that is way out there. This really is rural. Providing services to the rural part of this county are difficult for everybody. I understand Mr. Benson's compassion that they need water. What you just said is there's things that get done prior to purchasing land where you're testing for things. Things happen, nobody can predict. But with them being in Brighton's growth area and us annexing one little tiny piece into there, and then we annex that because Brighton said we could annex it, we service that one little tiny piece with everything that you get for living in the city. It sounds quite costly to me. And not that I don't want to provide these people, because they are people and they deserve everything that anybody else does. But they're in somebody else's growth district.
Thank you. Mr. McEldowney.
Thank you. A related question to Ms. Carson's. Let me start by asking, can you just help outline for me the progression of events? When did we first hear from the folks with the temple? What was our response to them at that time? And sort of how have things sort of played out from there? Because to me it sounds like this is being treated like a fire drill when this has been played out over some amount of time, and there has been an opportunity before it ever got to this fire drill stage to be worked through in a more heads-up manner. But I would like to understand more clearly what the specific steps have been to see if that's valid.
Briefly, as I tried to outline earlier, about this time last year, we were approached about the annexation. And
by the temple?
By the temple, or their representatives, as they were if I remember correctly, in the process of constructing the temple. Prior to that, and I've jotted down in my notes, I think it's 2008 or 2009 is when the fire line discussion was held. Back last year when they approached us, it was primarily with the discussion revolved about annexation, and that's how they could obtain water if they didn't want to use their well. At that time, Mr. Flannery had discussions with the temple representatives and the folks representing them and said, if you can get Brighton to come in and say you can annex, we'll dissolve our rights, get us a written letter, we'll consider it. We never received that letter. It's been somewhat dormant up until recently this year, in the last several months, when they discovered that the filtering system, whatever it is, was really becoming costly. They started hauling water. As a part of the hauling water and discussions with the water district, who I think had several meetings and discussions in front of their board on this issue. The water district took samples, discovered that they had fecal coliform or E. coliform bacteria at the kitchen sink, at least in one sample. It was just recently, in the last couple of weeks, that the water district board voted to allow them to have temporary service on the condition that Commerce City, Adams County, and Brighton all do not oppose that temporary service.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that said, assuming in the beginning they had gone to Brighton and gotten a letter, we could have gotten underway with an annexation agreement and had water solved for sometime well inside of the last year. They didn't. We're here today, and we're being pressed to make a decision in short order because there's now an urgent situation due to the E. coli issue. If this line is installed, let's assume that we work everything out, we okay this temporary line. Who bears the cost for that line? Is that coming out of the GID? How is that funded? And what are the impacts to the GID as a result?
The GIDs, the impact of the GID would not be a result of this line being installed. The line's already there. There is a debate, but as I mentioned, the Water District preference would be from a life safety, and talking with our own attorney, from a life safety issue, the best way to provide water would be for the temple to construct a new tap appropriately sized to provide the service that they need to the temple, based on what their future needs are going to be in the ultimate. So in that manner, there's no cost to the General Improvement District.
Can I just pause you right there for a second? So let's assume that they size and define that tap based on South Adams County's requirements, and 2 years from now, they decide to walk away from South Adams County and Brighton miraculously can provide service. Is that investment in the tap for this 2-year period with South Adams County transferable to another system, or are they different?
Unless we had a change in the way South Adams County and Brighton operate their water system, Brighton would have a separate system. So that tap would not be transferable and need to be cut off and taken back into the South Adams system.
So the temple would then be out the cost of the tap in this period of time, and then they would be out the cost of the future investment in a new tap into the new system. So the motivation, if I'm just guessing, for the temple would be to absolutely not have to repeat those costs in 2 years. So it sounds like the wise thing for us to do is what's being done right now, which is to analyze the agreement with Brighton and make sure that whatever we authorize positions the temple to make the most out of its investment should they connect with South Adams County. Because it, in effect, would be a de facto permanent implementation unless they decide they have money to spend on a new tap. Is that a fair read?
That's a fair read, or they come up with another solution to be able to service themselves within their
Using
own,
their
with the
well or
well and
otherwise.
things of that nature. Yes.
So with that said, can you see any other way forward other than invest this next week or two to complete the discussions with Brighton and see that comes out with everything looking like we're not going to be left in the lurch at some point? I mean, I guess to help us out, what exposure could there be for the city? I'm just trying to play worst case scenario. So I know Mr. Flannery referenced the fact that we're dealing with water law. I know enough to know that I don't know enough about water law except that it's highly complex. So if we extend this, what exposure does that potentially present down the road to us? I'm just trying to understand for all of us.
As from the General Improvement District, and as Mr. Flannery stated, it would be what precedents does it set for, say, the property next door when they decide they want to develop? I think it compromises our agreements with both Brighton and South Adams if we don't have something in place. From the General Improvement District, the temple would be getting service, even though it's temporary service, without being required to pay back taxes or joiner fees into the General Improvement District for at least those 2 years. There could be mechanisms that we could ask them to pay for the tax or mill levy equivalent. So really, I think it's setting the precedents, and I would agree, and that's staff's recommendation, that we should move forward with trying to get our agreements in place, then put the temporary service letter in place.
Assuming we didn't finish those steps and we hurried into an agreement and said go for it, could we be legally exposed at some future point by some new development effort that says you did it here, you have to honor that for me because we offered it for them? I mean, would we, by hurrying this through, would we be exposed in that fashion legally?
I'm an armchair attorney, but I'm going to say, yes, someone could challenge it. I think someone could challenge it today if they're in the general improvement district, saying, why are you not abiding by your own agreement as far as providing service or setting us up to provide service in the future?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Benson?
Well, that was the reason why I was asking about intended third-party beneficiaries, because nobody else is going to have the standing to challenge this unless there are people like that, if the parties to the agreement agree on some exception. And it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that they will pay all of the costs to the GID, including the equivalent of a mill levy, everything else that's required to connect to the pipe. Do you not understand it? They don't expect anybody else to pay any of that cost.
Those discussions have not been held with at least myself. I think those are things that we would identify in our agreement moving forward with the temple.
You haven't talked about who's going to pay the cost.
The only costs that have been brought up recently as of this date are the costs to construct the line or any improvements of that nature.
It's my understanding that they would pay all of the costs associated with that, the connection, whatever, if there's a water tap fee, if there's a mill levy to be paid to the GID, whatever anybody else using water out of that pipe would be paying, that they don't expect anybody to give them any charity or make them any gifts. They're going to pay the whole thing. Does anybody have any, do you have anything that would dispute that, Mr. Flannery?
They would be expected to do that, so their willingness to do that is moot.
No.
Their willingness to what?
I got a pile here.
Their willingness to pay those costs is not a factor in this discussion.
It's not relevant. Is that what
It's
you're
not
saying?
relevant because
All right.
they would be expected to do that anyway.
All right, so if it's not relevant, we can go into something else. I've got a copy of a letter here dated August the 18th, I guess that was 10 days ago, from Adams County, directed to the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District, really saying about the same thing that that email from Jim Jones says, that it's going to take, they said, the County of Adams is aware of the circumstances and the need for a safe, reliable water supply to the temple and does not oppose the district's provision of temporary service for a period of 2 years while the parties seek to agree on a long-term solution to the problem.
Mr. Benson, I could just excuse me for just 1 second. If we could kind of stay between Commerce City and this, rather than having outside agencies that don't have any impact on us?
There are four parties involved here. The property is now in Adams County. Is that correct, Mr. Aker?
That is correct.
It's in unincorporated Adams County. So we have a letter from Adams County saying it's okay with them as long as it's okay with the Water District. The Water District has said it's okay with them as long as it's okay with Brighton and Commerce City. Yes. I mean, it's kind of a convoluted way to put it, but that's the way it is, isn't it?
That is
and all
correct.
anybody's asking for is 2 years on this. I don't think that, and I may be wrong about this, but you didn't get a letter about any annexation because I don't believe Brighton was going to agree to that. That's why you didn't get a letter saying that Brighton would agree to the annexation. I mean, if they had agreed to, don't you think you would have gotten a letter to that effect? Brighton didn't agree?
We've had, as Mr. Flannery mentioned, we've had recent discussions. The discussions previously and when the letter was not provided was a year ago. I think the mood has changed. I think we and Brighton are willing to and have stated such that we're willing to try to work with everyone to get this worked out. We are just asking to be able to follow our process.
Well, and I hope that will continue, and I hope you do get it worked out. I was just hoping that we could agree on some temporary solution that it appears everybody else has agreed to.
Ms. Carson?
I thoroughly appreciate the educated look you're putting into this because I think this is a very a subject that we could really pay a price for. I don't see in our future that Brighton is going to give us more land around that, even if they do tell us we can annex that. It was said to me when I was elected here by somebody that I highly respect that the job of council was to be able to see 50 years down the line and plan for a city. So if Brighton doesn't let us annex anything else up there, and that's all the piece that we have, we are then obligated to service that as a city. So does that mean we provide them police, snow removal, and until the day we actually get rid of trash, trash removal? And what else is it that we provide? I don't know what it costs this city. So when you talk annexing them in 2 years, I can't tell you that right now I think that's a wise move, because unless Brighton's telling you they're going to let us go for a lot more land there, I would hate to have to service one little tiny piece up there, because I think that would be quite costly.
You bring up some very good points. The land that is south of 120th is in our growth area. There are developments that have got plans to come in and annex. They have not annexed as of yet, but we have seen plans for that to happen in the future, to where hopefully in the near future, if the economy turns around, we won't be providing service just to one property. 120th is also one of those roads where we're working with Adams County, as you may have, if you recall from the Public Works discussion on who provides maintenance. We may be providing that maintenance anyway in the future if the agreements are changing. Trash collection, they will not get free trash collection because they're more of a commercial type activity, so they will still be required to pay that as all commercial businesses do today.
Police, would we provide police?
We would provide police protection. Chief, I think it might be a little bit out of your guys' way, but they're up and down 120th and Tower. But we would have to provide police protection to that property.
Okay. Like I said, I'm not so sure it's a wise decision of ours. It's many people that move out into rural parts of America have true issues with electricity, with water, with sewer, with everything. And our job is for the citizens that are in our city first and foremost.
Okay. Mr. McElhenney. I'm next.
I mean, it seems as if the folks with the Singh Sabha Temple have had opportunity to, as you outlined, explore alternatives before they committed to the property. They didn't explore those. They've discovered that there are issues after taking possession of the property. They were provided guidance by the city a year ago on how the city could help. We never heard from them until the recent months. They've obviously tried alternatives in that time frame. They didn't pan out. They've invested money that they've been unable to recoup. And so now they're left with few options, it seems like. And so while I think I agree with Councilwoman that ideally we don't want an island out there, I believe we have another property owner down the 120th corridor who is sort of an island, if you will, out that way that's currently annexed into the city. 120th at some point becomes a high-capacity corridor that we essentially support, or will be a nexus of us and Brighton at that intersection of 120th and Tower. So either these guys figure out a different way to solve their problem with on-site technology, or we take another week or two to fine-tune our analysis and the discussion with Brighton, and then we make a decision forward. We could talk this in circles all night. It seems like I think what I hear staff trying to do is not get forced into making a decision that could come back and bite us. And so I'm of the opinion that we support our staff in that regard and say, take the next 2 weeks, sort things out with Brighton, come back and let us know what you've found, and hopefully in that time frame that rather than talking through Mr. Benson, they can talk directly to our staff and get make sure that we have clear insight into what's going on, and Mr. Aker and staff can come back to us collectively so we're all on the very same page, and then hopefully it'll all be sorted out and we'll all be good at the end of the day. But I guess my take tonight is we can't give you a permission slip to go say, yes, do this, with the potential exposures that are present. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, I'm going to take my turn before we start through this again. No, I get a chance at this.
No, I want you to. But
This has been going on for a number of years. Everybody sitting in this room knows that there have been people working on this project, both on this council and off this council. All of a sudden, now, it's a big rush so that we can get this through before the next council comes on. I know it's going to sound rotten, but a lack of planning on their part doesn't make it an emergency on my part. They have alternatives. There are things they could have done. I know I bought a piece of land out in the country, and it was my problem to find out whether the water was good or the water wasn't good. I would think they've got great civil restitution things to go against the broker if water purity was part of what they were supposed to do. They took the chance, and I agree with Ms. Carson, they took the chance to move out there in the wilderness. They took the chance that their well would be good without doing any testing. And then there's people out there saying, don't worry about it, don't worry about it, we'll get you water. I'm really ticked about how the water board did this. They had a member of the water board go up at a water board meeting, and correct me if I'm wrong, brought up a motion to do this in emergency, and nobody would second it. Called for a meeting in the back. No one knows what went on in the back, but all of a sudden when they come back out front, then we're going to do it. Never confronted us, never came to us. It seems like maybe one of our council people has been doing all this negotiations without the rest of us knowing it. I never even knew they were looking for us to do water till I find out about the water board meeting. All of a sudden it's going to be okay? This is crazy. People are making deals on the outside of this council and the outside of this city for stuff that doesn't belong out there. It belonged in here. This is the same thing we went through with the curb cuts. We got to do curb cuts, got to do them in a hurry, got to do them in a hurry. They're ready to build, they're ready to build, they're ready to build. Now I find out that he's looking to sell this place. So we did all of that fighting among ourselves for something that didn't need to be done. There was another property owner in here not too many months ago. He wanted water, but no, I don't want to come in the city. I just want your water. This council was strong enough to say, no, come into the city. This is the way things work. Here's our procedure. This is how it works. We don't do this extra. I hate the idea that this city could be going back to the old way of doing business. They should be going through our staff. They should not be going through our council. I'm sick of it. And I know I've got a short time, but I know that's what's happening out there. It doesn't take long for somebody to call you and say, guess what happened at the meeting? Or it doesn't take long to say, guess what this guy promised them? We had a guy in here the other day who wound up going to some candidate who told him, oh, go to the city clerk and tell her you want to be on the council because the council will overrule staff. Maybe after November that's going to happen. It's not happening on my watch. Staff has the reason to do stuff. Staff's the one they should be dealing with. You all should have the power to get in there, make it right. This emergency stuff, why is it such an emergency now? In 2 months, there'll be a new council here. You can do anything you want. They've got alternatives. They had alternatives when they moved in. When I moved out to my house in the country, I knew exactly what was in my water before I bought that piece of land. My cost, my information. I hate the way this is going through. We're being pushed by outside forces that just want to break the contract that we've had all along because it benefits certain people on the outside. That's crazy. It shouldn't be happening this way. You know, and I realize I'm probably a little more excited about this, but it's coming too close to a brand new election. Why are we trying to push this stuff through now? Is it because there's something else going on? You know, who was the broker on this that let them buy a piece of land where the water was no good? Man, why would you build this giant place where you want to help all these people and not have a water source? And I'm along with Ms. Carson. If I was Brighton, knowing that there's these great big expanses of land on both sides of this, why would I give this little tiny piece, this little sliver away? It doesn't make sense. There's more to this story than we know. And there's all kinds of rumors out there. There's all kinds of stories out there. I would just really like to see this be a staff thing, and staff comes back to us and says, you know what? This is right. This isn't. This is the way the contract reads. This is what we do if we go against it. And I'm going along with everybody else. We make this deal, you've got to let the next guy do the same deal. You can't tell this one guy, oh, you're the only one we can do this for. Because you know there's going to be 10 more people following behind. That's what that guy at the flea market thought. If I get mine in, then we'll get the next one in, we'll get the next one in, we'll get the next one in. Doesn't make any difference what it is. The first one's the one that breaks the contract that says Water Board can go any place from that point forward. Because you did it for them, you're going to do it for them. Because you know what? Everything's an emergency. And everything is health and safety. I can make anything health and safety. If health and safety was a real thing, they'd have tested their water before they'd have put that building up. They had some problem that they needed to take care of. Now we're going to start through the second round. Mr. Benson, third round.
Well, I'd like to know what the health and safety concern was when we were faced with a vote one evening in here where we were told we had to approve that night. No waiting. No, here's a contract that you've got to approve with regard to the annexation of the flea market.
Wasn't the flea market, the property around the flea market. Was not the flea market.
Anyway, we were faced with a contract that we had to enact that night and had nothing to do with health and safety. And I'm just wondering, was it because of the amount of money that David Foster has donated to this council? Was that why it was approved that way, with no real discussion? Come in here, you've got to approve this tonight or it's not going to go through. This is a health and safety issue. It's completely different than what was going on before. Who are you accusing of making deals?
I'm not accusing anybody.
No, you did accuse somebody. You said somebody on this council is making deals. That's what you said.
I said someone on this council is talking to these people, and the rest of this council had no idea that there was a problem.
I have talked to these people, and I also talked to our staff to relate to them what I'm being told.
That's a challenge for me.
I don't know how my job on this council could be any different.
That's a challenge.
But don't talk to me about emergencies when this council passed this flea market deal on no notice at all, hardly. You've got to pass this tonight. We can't change the wording of this contract or it's not going to go through. Talk to me about an emergency matter that had nothing to do with health or safety.
Are you done?
No, I'm not done. The boundary between Brighton and Commerce City is 120th, right?
In that area, yes.
So things south of 120th would be Commerce City.
That's correct.
And this land is contiguous to our growth area, right?
It
so
is.
It would just be maybe if we did annex it, I don't know that that's going to happen. It would just be a little rectangle of Brighton's growth area that we would be annexing into Commerce City, which is contiguous to it on the south part of 120th. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So how would that be a problem? I know if we provide service out there, wouldn't it just be, or South Adams County provided service out there and the GID, wouldn't it just be something that the development of that property south of 120th could tap into also? So it's not just going to be a line for one use. Anybody else could tap into it if there was development south of 120th, which we certainly hope will occur very shortly. Couldn't they?
Yes, they could.
I mean, it's not going to mean we're going to have to annex any more of Brighton to do development in that area. Somebody wants to build north of 120th, it's in Brighton. If they want to build south of 120th, it's in Commerce City. But if they build north of 120th, I think they might run into some big problems about getting water, if you know what I mean. But we are out there already, and that's our growth area, and we can annex it. They're not going to have any problems getting water. So that's all I have right now.
I just want to move forward with this. We can debate all night long. I would like to have a vote on this, or consensus or whatever, to go forward. It just keeps going. It's midnight. We have an executive session.
I think all you need is just direction for staff to proceed. That's all you're looking for. Is that correct?
Correct.
Just consensus.
What I put in our our board communication is the direction of the next steps would be to continue to meet with Brighton to get through our process to amend our agreement. Then once that's in place, followed up with a letter that we would not oppose the temporary service once that amendment's in place. So if council is okay with that direction, I need no further direction.
If the council agrees to that.
Yes.
Right now, I'm not sure that the council would agree to doing the water. I know I've heard at least two other people besides myself say, no, this isn't our smartest move.
We would most certainly bring back any type of agreement to City Council. In fact, that has been predecessed with our discussions with the City of Brighton is staff can agree, but we both parties on staff from Brighton and Commerce City agree we'd have to take that back to our respective councils for their approval.
Okay. Mr. McEldowney?
I was just going to seek a consensus for staff to continue with their dialogue with Brighton and come back to us with a final status that we can agree to give them the green light to proceed.
Go down the road.
Okay. Mr. Diaz?
I agree with Mr. McEldowney. Have staff continue the discussion with Brighton.
Ms. Teeter?
I agree as well.
Okay. Ms. Snyder? Okay. Ms. Carson?
Boy, this is a difficult one for me because I don't think it's a smart move. I don't know which way's on or off. I don't want to, it is late, I don't want to deprive people of water. I just don't think this is smart for our city. So I hate to put you out there and say yes, and then when you come back, I'm not going to support it. So I just don't think this is wise for us. I mean, if Brighton said to us, well, we'll give you 10 miles all the way around it, and then let's go. But I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Yep. Mr. McEldowney just had a comment on that.
Sorry, just a comment. I don't know if staff can pull up Google Maps of the location of this address, but I think just to clarify, it's not like this would be an island in our... Yeah. I mean, we would literally have the properties to the south would be in the city boundary. So this is an extension of our current service area to the east of Tower Road.
TR Ranch is the proposed development that has yet to, I believe, has not been annexed, has a long way to go through the entitlement process, would be immediately to the south.
Okay.
So if you would think of this as like a 70-acre slot up to the north, that's what it would be.
Which is not much different from Denver's projection into the refuge or the area to the northeast in our community where Brighton and Commerce City have an odd boundary. I mean, it's not...
That's correct.
Inconsistent with other boundary demarcs.
That's
in our
correct.
community.
And in the future,
For the good of the party.
as development continues, it will not be that island by itself for much longer, hopefully.
Mr. Benson?
Pushing this button at the wrong time. Obviously, I want the temporary agreement to go through in accordance with the letters from Adams County and from South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. Failing that, which it looks like it is going to be failing that, I want the staff to continue to do everything it can to get the permanent solution to this problem worked out.
Mr. Marino?
Support staff continue to work on it.
Okay. So what we're looking at is direction. The direction is, this is a staff item. Staff needs to do it. Staff will come back and report to council. Council will make a decision. Okay? And one of the things I failed to mention, that I'm going to mention now only because it's important. I wound up going to a meeting where somebody said, You need to start supporting this stuff for the good of the party. Let me tell you right now, I'm not doing anything for the good of the party. So,
Thank you, Board.
okay, thank you. Mr. Flannery. Oh, good, we only have one more? There be no further business? Ms. Bauer, Commerce City Urban Renewal Authority meeting August 29, 2011, and now come to order. City Clerk, please call the roll when you're ready. Okay, I knew you would. We have 13 minutes, and then we still get out when I said at midnight. We're ready. Please call the roll.
Mr. McEldowney?
Present.
That's where we're going next.
Mr. Diaz?
Here.
Ms.
Do you want to
Teeter?
read the motion?
Here?
Ms. Carson?
Here.
Mr. Benson? Mr. Moreno? Vice Chair Snyder?
Yes, here.
Chairman Natal?
Here.
You have a quorum?
Thank you. I'll now entertain a motion to go in executive session. You can read the motion of the item from your agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Snyder.
Motion to go into executive session pursuant to CRS 24640224E for negotiation and discussion concerning site selection for educational and recreational purposes.
Mr. McEldowney. A motion and a second to go in executive session. If there's no further discussion or voice vote, all those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, the same. Motion passes. We'll be in executive session. Hopefully, it won't last more than 15 minutes. Okay, we'll be back in session, and no action was taken. We'll go back on the record for the regular meeting, but if there be no further action to come before this board, adjourned. Everybody drive safe. Did you want to talk to me?
Yeah.
Oh, you already did, yeah.
About the flight.
Okay.
I'm just going to